was talking at, man. If you a cameraman, I need you up here, and then we gotta get the footage with it later.
Yeah. 1 2 1 2. What's up, folks? It's been a while. 24 hours. Apparently. I don't know. I wasn't there, but apparently so. Where I left off last night, oh my goodness. I mean, I was over on Shaka and Dugu Komet's live for a second, checking out his live. And yeah, it just got too late for me, so I had to chime out. But it had been a rough 24 hours for myself. I actually had been up a lot of hours, yeah, so instead of going into that, I'll just let you know what's up for today. I'm going to cover, the scheduled show is going to happen, no question. We're going to go back and ask the question, did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? Did they warn her? Did they warn her? When they were meeting her, did they say, hey, sister, I don't mean to be rude, but that brother you with named Polight, he's been known to do this, this, and this. I've heard it. I talked about it. Other people have heard it. Other people talked about it. He actually been on tape saying that Malachi York, the most prolific child molester in the United States of America, even if he did it to one of his blase blah, et cetera, he would still be his God. Yes, that Polight. Did they warn the mother of the child Polight is currently serving time for assaulting? Did they warn her when they met her? So we're going to get into that. But first, I want to cover the last 24 hours really quickly, just with some brief commentary. Folks have been asking me lately about Dane Calloway. I see some comments in the on the board, the community board, and on some of the videos a few times about Dane Calloway. And I've told I spoke with Dane Calloway one time actually, and it was a good conversation. The conversation, and also Shaka was there as well. And the conversation wasn't about our different doctrines or beliefs. It wasn't about our backgrounds, our ethnicities. That wasn't the conversation we were having. We actually had a conversation first about what's up with the House of Consciousness and those fools, how they treat people, how they deal with people, how they've been treating the community, and such and such. And we found out a lot. We found out we had a lot in common with Dan Calloway, actually. And so that was a good conversation, and ever since that conversation, I've been learning a little bit about his doctrine, the doctrine that some Aboriginal people have, right? And also learning a little bit, listening to a little bit of Dan Calloway's own commentary videos. And actually, the brother is very sharp. He's a sharp brother. He doesn't need anybody to tell him that, but I would say that anyway. Just he's a sharp brother. So as far as debating Aboriginal doctrine or ideology or theory, I'm going to take my time learning about it a little bit first. I'm not that type of brother that just believes you go and tear things down. No, you don't go tear at things you don't quite understand yet. And on top of that, it doesn't change the fact that I have my own belief. You see what I mean? So tearing down another's belief or going at another person, which I would never do. I don't go at people. I go at their concepts, it's not necessary for me to go at someone else's belief, for me to have my own belief, my own doctrine, my own background, my own ethnicity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But for the sake of the community, these conversations have to happen. And at some point, at some given point, I don't know when, later on down the line, I'm sure Dane Calloway, Ma'at Forever, Shaka, or myself, we might have another conversation And when we do, it will be about the people. It will be about unity. And maybe we will get into some of these doctrines, Pan-Africans, Aboriginals, Black Americans, et cetera, et cetera. But when we do, it will be about unifying people. It will be about us, in a useful manner, not just going at each other. Hey, Andre, how you doing? I think some people are going to be late because 7. Yeah, exactly. And I'm late. I'm late, actually. As a matter of fact, give me 2 seconds. I need to check on something. Let me know. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna chime out for a minute. I need to check on something real quick, just with the sound. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 more minute, y'all. Sorry about that. Right. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. So, like I was saying, as far as that conversation with Dane Calloway, that can happen at another time, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But when we have it, it's only going to be about unity, about understanding, about strengthening us and learning. Steel sharpens steel. You see what I mean? So on that note, I hope folks feel free, the Aboriginal people feel free to come over, join our chat also, communicate, express yourselves, and not just about the backgrounds or beliefs, but also just what's going on with Black folk currently today. Yeah. Now, on another note, let's see here. Yesterday, last 24 hours has been pretty live. Hey, can y'all hear me pretty well? Let me know if you can hear me before I go on. Sometimes there might be some technical difficulties. If you can hear me, just, type a 1 or say yes, or, just so I'm aware. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that. Yeah. So the last 24 hours has been interesting. And I was over on Shaka and Dugu Kemet's live. He did 2 lives yesterday. And so I'm going to check in on that, just go over that for a second. It was a few interesting things. But he talked about Neter. He covered a little bit about that. Neo X, he covered a little bit about that. And then he also did something about Tazariak and the debate or weigh-in that he had, where apparently Neter took down the debate, or took down the meeting that Shaka and Dugu Kemet had with Tazariak from ISUPK. Which a lot of people, the echo chamber from House of Consciousness, had been putting out this message that Shaka and Dugu Kemet was talking, questioning them about pedophiles on their platform and rapists on their platform, and that because of that, they came up with this echo chamber thing about, oh, you only saying that because you lost the debate with Tazariak. That was their theme for a month, 2 months, 3 months, even 6 months now. They've been echoing that. And then all of a sudden, when Polight gets convicted, that whole shit shatters. You see, all of that shattered. So let me just go back. But he raised a couple of other excellent points. So let me just go and review that real quick. Let me see. And then we're going to go into Zion Lexx and Polight and ask the question, did they warn the mother of the child Polight assaulted? Did they? Let me see here.
I thought it was asking that this is a track field channel. So let's listen to the rest.
One more thing, bro. I'm gonna say this. People are gonna come for you. They're gonna come for me too. Because of the connection, as we're all connected. And I was telling a story earlier about Hidden Colors 5, how you actually got me.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward because track field is running his mouth.
Oh yeah, and by the way, this is one of the things I wanted to address. I'm glad Garfield did a stream yesterday, and it was very funny because I tagged him in one of the streams I did before earlier, right? And the stream you could go on. Actually, let me see here. Where's the stream at? It's let me check it out. Good grief. It's where I asked the question already. Why aren't the HOK affiliates? Why are they not actually sharing Akeisha Al-Shabaz's video? And let me put that in the stream. And it's so funny. This is the video I tagged Garfield in, and then he went on and did a stream after, right? Let me see here. So check this out. And I'm asking because for 2 days, HOK been talking all around the points. HOK and their affiliates, Neter and their affiliates, and they're good at this echo chamber. They're used to controlling the dialogue with their echo chamber, their repeat system. One repeats something, one says something, the other repeats it, the other, and it's all nonsense, right? But if you listen to Akeisha Al-Shabaz's stream about Polight, which happened shortly after the trial, right? She starkly criticizes Neter and starkly criticizes HOK, and she's talking about, she was criticizing them way back then, 4 years ago. 4 years ago, she talks about it. Now, there's a lot of new people at HOK, but Garfield was around 4 years ago back then. Yes, Garfield was. Now, check this out. And Neter was too, and Reggie Mabry was too. All those old 4 years ago HOK people, she slammed, particularly Neter. And she explained to him essentially that he was creating a culture of turning the other eye, turning away, closing an eye, turning away from things, a culture of abuse, essentially, right? Denial. And she criticized them and she broke it down. And when Garfield yesterday did his stream entitled Akeisha Al-Shabaz, you know, he's doing a reaction to it. He skipped right past the entire criticism and went straight to talking about the Polight thing. Like, what's up with that? Is that news and journalism? Like, what's up with that? And this is pure evidence of how fake and phony these people are. Like, y'all got to get a hold of this, really. Let me see. To answer your question simply, yeah, you're talking about the Neter and Lion Zion Lexx warned the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted. I think that might be the case, but they should answer it. They should actually answer it, but I think their behavior shows that they didn't. But in any case, yes, welcome 2024. What's up, bro? And Andrea Burnett, welcome to you too. I don't know who else is in the house. We got some watchers, but you should join the chat. Let me know who's here. But in any case, let's review. Let me check my notes. Yeah, exactly. Let's review now. Let's review it. Here we go. Let's go back to the video.
But you're going to hear what Kyle is going to say.
Position that happened in public because me the position.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one thing to you, sir?
Go ahead, bro. Say what y'all want.
Nah, and so like our position over here is, well, my position, I can't speak for everybody on Dagger Squad, but I've been Dagger Squad for a while, and so me personally, I'm not defending you, but I am defending your position because I understand what you do. You are a source of media. You are a media outlet. Like the same energy that these clowns got for you, they gotta have that same energy for ABC, CBN, TNN, CBS, everybody who interviews people who are CBN. Energy that these clowns got for you, they gotta have that same energy for ABC, CBN, TNN.
Now you see, this is another one of the echo chamber, the House of Khans echo chamber. They've been saying this for over a month. And every time we've been addressing them, readdressing them, and saying, since when is the last time you call interviewing your friend and your own associate journalism? Who the hell does that? CBS don't do that. ABC don't do that. What the hell? These are some jokers here, y'all. Don't accept these lame, weak excuses. Like, really, but let's hear it.
CBS, everybody who interviews people who are infamous, you know what I'm saying? Like, but they're mad at you because you simply interview and you monetize it and you profit from that. And these Negroes don't understand that that you are a journalist. You know what I'm saying? The same way, like if Garfield has somebody on his channel, it doesn't mean that Garfield agrees with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
So that was enough capping. That was enough capping. That's a talking point that Frankie came up with. You know, I'm just reporting the news. Oh, for the record, I want to thank the brothers and sisters who give me info. You know, there's that lady, the Zero lady. I was told that she's live, and I was told, I'm not saying that I heard it because I ain't listening to her channel. You know, I haven't listened to the stream she made about me. I'm not planning to. She can make 10, 20. So I was told from a reliable source that she asked why I am mad at Frankie. Frankie, that's a code name for Filthy Frankie. Scam Cheddar. House of Conscious Mess. House of Pedals. You know the guy. You have his username top right corner of the screen. Why I'm mad at him, he did nothing to me. This is the same lady who said that he was sick because he talked about my 3-year-old daughter and said that she did a spread eagle, meaning that she spread the leg in front of the camera. She even went on and said that he had to think about this in his mind. But now it seems like she's suffering from memory loss and asking why I'm mad at him. He did nothing to me. So basically, that motherfucker talking about my 3-year-old daughter spraining her leg, and he even went further than that. You've seen the screen print what she said that what he accused me of doing in my chat, right? In my chat. You've seen that.
Exactly. Shaka he's commenting on Neo X, claiming that she doesn't understand why Shaka is so upset at Sarnetta. Well, you must be blind, lady. Are you deaf, dumb, and blind? Shaka, you witnessed Sarnetta go on your panel and verbally disrespect people. You've heard Sarnetta disrespecting people's mothers, children. I mean, isn't that enough? You don't know why anybody would be upset? You act like someone has to have those comments directed at them for them to be upset about it. You see, that's the first mistake Neo X makes. But secondly, when he does that directly to you and you're now claiming you don't understand why somebody would be upset, lady, yo, get a break, man. Like, just go home, get back on it. But I see Shaka was busy yesterday.
But then I'll leave it there. Now, let's continue. You heard that capping. I'm going to be long. Then we're going to deal with the Wayne, all right? ABC, CNN, CBS, you are a journalist. Oh, no, come on now. I can close this page.
Right, because the journalist, that's the point they keep defending Sarnetta on. He gets to switch from role to role depending on what he's defending. If this one doesn't work now, I have to do it because I'm a journalist, you know? Here's the journalist. We're going to see the journalist. He's saying he's a journalist, so he have to have Polight on his platform. He have to have all types. He got to have rapists, pedophiles, and scammers because he's a journalist. That's his excuse.
Let me show you a little something. You see this right here? That's House of Conscious Mess. That's Frankie's channel 3 years ago. Live with Polight in California. I'm not making this up. I ain't going to share a link because, you know, it's a sucker. Now, I will share the Polight videos that's there so that Frankie can remove them, but not now. You know, that's coming after, right? Do you see anybody from ABC, CNN, CBS doing that with the people that they're interviewing?
This is how they doing it out here in LA. This is how they doing it. You already know I'm in LA. I'm in Hollywood. No, I'm in Hollywood. You already know this how they doing it. Polight rolled up, and yeah, he already hit me with the keys automatically. Brother said, "Yo, son, you got this. You got that right there, son."
Yeah,
I ain't even got to rent them up.
The
You ever seen
journalist.
that on ABC, CNN, CBS? Oh yeah, give me the keys. Come on now, stop the cap, please.
The fucking car. That's love. That's polite right there. See him? That's one of the queens there.
If black people, he's actually sitting up there letting people, putting this idea out to his own people that I'm only doing this because I'm a journalist. Yo, this is called scamming black folk. Scamming black folk with those dumb ass talking points. Are you crazy?
So I'm in LA. Here go the joint Polight whipping it.
Now, for those who don't know, Filthy Frankie lives in New York on another coast. You ever seen some journalists from these news agency traveling on another coast and you're just loving, look at the keys here. Stop dumbing down the intellectual level of black people with your capping. You have to stop that. Because the scholarship is just horrible already. But this capping here is just ridiculous.
Say what's up to the Neter crowd. People ain't see you in a minute, right? Ed, come on, say what's up. I don't go. Say what's up.
Like live right now?
Yeah, say what's up, and I'm gone. All right, let me go. All right, bro. All right.
You see journalists doing that? Somebody chilling in the car and he's just pulling up and she's looking at him like, what? Are you live right now, man? It's crazy, man. You see journalists do that? I'm just reporting the news.
Wow. So, yeah. Polight gave me this, told me to get ahead. Yo,
What's up, King Cassie?
This shit is crazy.
We looking at journalist Neter, showing us his reason why he had to, why he have to interview Polight, and why he have to have these things of Polight on there, because he's just a journalist, right? But when was the last time you seen a journalist do this? This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. This is embarrassing.
I mean, after, right? Do you see anybody from ABC, CNN, CBS doing that with the people that they're interviewing?
This is how they doing it out here in LA. This is how they doing it. You already know I'm in LA. I'm in Hollywood. No, I'm in Hollywood. You already know this how they doing it. Polight rolled up, and yeah, he already hit me with the keys automatically. Brother said, "Yo, son." And, he already hit me with the keys. I'm an independent journalist.
I'm an independent journalist interviewing Polight. See, y'all, Polight just came up and gave me the keys, man. Yeah, because I'm an independent journalist. He just give independent journalists the keys when he roll up. Don't you know, in business, do you understand how this does not work any way, shape, or form in, especially in journalism, fool?
Brother said, "Yo, son, you got this. You got that right there, son. I ain't even got to rent them up."
You ever seen that on ABC, CNN, CBS? Oh yeah, give me the keys. Come on now, stop the cap, please.
The fucking car. That's love. That's polite right there. See him? That's one of the queens there.
What'd he say?
So
I'm
in the fucking car. That's love. That's
come on now, stop the cap, please.
The fucking car. That's love. That's polite right there.
Oh, that's love. That's love. Is love journalism? How can you independently interview Polight and be impartial, do an impartial interview, and you sitting up here like, Polight gave me the keys to his car. Oh, that's love. That's love, Polight. That's love. I mean, does it make any difference? This man has been on video talking about how he loves Polight's wives, how it's gonna fit like a glove. People really go for this. Son, that I understand. Let me rewind this shit. This is just ridiculous. Here, let's hear the conscious community talking about shit. Let's listen.
You have his username top right corner of the screen. While I'm mad at him, he did nothing to me. This is the same lady who said that he was sick because he talked about my 3-year-old daughter and said that she did a spread eagle, meaning that she spread the leg in front of the camera. She even went on and said that in my chat. Now, let's continue. You heard that capping.
Connection as we're all connected. And I was telling a story earlier about Hidden Colors 5, how you actually got me.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward.
Now, you can't depend on Garfield to say anything independent or impartial about Sonetta because he's licking his butt every day. Sonetta already told him, eat a D, and this dude is back at it again. Sonetta, you got me that role in that part and blah, blah, blah. It's a conglomerate. They in on it. They have dirt on each other. But come and watch the brother cap. He doesn't even know he's capping. He doesn't even know he's repeating a talking point that they created. Watch this.
Because in the top, just running his mouth. But you're going to hear what Kyle is going to say.
Position that happened in public because me the position.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one thing to you, sir?
Go ahead, brother. Say what y'all want.
Nah, and so like our position over here is, well, my position, I can't speak for everybody on Dagger Squad, but I've been Dagger Squad for a while, and so me personally, I'm not defending you, but I am defending your position because I understand what you do. You are a source of media. You are a media outlet. Like the same energy that these clowns got for you, they gotta have that same energy for ABC, CBN, CNN, CBS, everybody who interviews people who are.
Oh, really? Oh, we gotta have that same energy, huh? Because this is what we dealing with. We dealing with CBS, ABC, blah blah blah. Here's NBC's representative, Sonetta.
This is how they doing it out here in LA. This is how they doing it.
This is how ABC do it. Come on, ABC, NBC. Come on. Let's show us your professionalism, your impartial.
You already know I'm in LA. I'm in Hollywood. No, I'm in Hollywood. You already know this how they doing it. Polight rolled up, and he already hit me with the keys automatically. Brother said, "Yo, son, you got this. You got that right there, son. I ain't even got to rent them up."
You ever seen That's independent journalism.
That on ABC, CNN.
Automatically, brother said, "Yo, son, you got this. You got that right there, son. I ain't even got to rent them up."
You ever seen that on ABC, CNN, CBS? Oh yeah, give me the keys. Come on now, stop the cap, please.
The fucking car. That's love. That's polite right there. See him? That's one of the queens there. So I'm in LA. He go to joint Polight whipping it.
Now, for those who don't know, Filthy Frankie lives in New York on another coast. You ever seen some journalists from these news agencies traveling on another coast and you just love it? Look at the keys here. Stop dumbing down the intellectual level of black people with your capping. You have to stop that. Because the scholarship is just horrible already. Stop down. This is in New York on another coast. You ever seen some journalists from these news agencies traveling on another coast and you just love it? Look at the keys here. Stop.
What's up, Donnie?
Dumbing down the intellectual level of black people with your capping. You have to stop that. Because the scholarship is just horrible already. But this capping here is just ridiculous.
And it doesn't stop there. Watch, it gets worse. It gets.
Say what's up to the Sonetta crowd. People ain't see you in a minute, right? Ed? Come on, say what's up. I don't go. Say what's up.
Like live right now?
Yeah, say what's up, and I'm gone. All right, let me go.
All right, bro.
All right.
You see journalists doing that? Somebody chilling in the car and he's just pulling up and she's looking at him like, what? Are you live right now, man? It's crazy, man. You see journalists do that? I'm just reporting the news. Wow.
And if that was the news, then why didn't he stay on it and say, yeah, I'm live. I got some questions for you, Ron. Have you warned the other lady that Polight has been known or said to be a pedophile, a molester. I mean, that's real news reporting, but instead he was like, oh, okay, I'm going now. Hey, y'all, Polight gave me these keys, y'all. Look at these keys. We live in LA, man. Polight, look, Polight, man, he treat me so good, man. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my God. It gets worse. I mean, you're going to hear all kinds of shit here, man. What is this? This is just ridiculousness.
Polight gave me this, told me to get ahead. Yo, this shit is crazy. And he hit me with this.
This the journalism. This shit is crazy, man. Crazy. Oh.
No shit, I ain't. Polight, dump that off on me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket.
NBC, ABC. Look at this. Hold on. What was that again? Let's see.
And he hit me with this. No shit, I ain't.
NBC, ABC. This is Sonnet journalism. Sonnet journalism. Go, go, go. Black News 101, 102. T. Hey, ha. It's like, what is this? People think that Sonetta is doing journalism. You think that's the reason why he had the molester, Polight, the child, the person who assaults children sexually, the person who's going to go to a class, a course, and be examined mentally because he got an issue with children. You really think that Sonetta is capable of interviewing him on the level of ABC? You really think that's what's going on? Look at this dude. Look at this shit, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Polight bought me off with $600, y'all. I'm about to do some journalism. My black ass and my integrity goes out the window with $600. I'm a sellout. Let me read some of these comments. Saw was flued out like what a Polight's host. Yes, and he's acting like a hoe. Excuse my language. No pun intended to professionals. You know what I'm saying? But this dude is like, he's supposed to be some shit, a pillar in the black community. I mean, if it was a real prostitute, I would give him credit for doing some real prostitute shit. But this dude said he a pillar in the black community, and he's a hoe. He's showing you. Look, Polight gave me this 1, 2, 3, 4. He gave me this when I came out. Look at this. Oh my God. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. Polight gave him how much pocket money? This shit ain't even a G. What the? Damn. What you gonna get, an 8-ball? A couple of 8 balls with this shit? Damn, dude. Facts, Casey. I mean, I'm just losing my goddamn mind. Flashing scam money. Yes, Polight took this money from somebody he fucking scammed and gave it to Sonetta. And look at this motherfucker drooling over there. Y'all ain't gonna believe. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe it, y'all. What the fuck? You think this is a pillar in the black community acting like this? They should throw you. Anybody that thinks Sonetta is a pillar in the black community acting like this need to be in the pen with Polight. Straight up. God damn. Polight slutted him out. Yeah. Hey, can you blame Polight? The nigga cheap. Excuse my language, but god damn, even this shit is it's pulling the shit out of me. It's really pulling it. It's really trying my patience. Excuse my language. But it's trying my patience. Just the irrational shit out here. People go for this irrational shit. See, this is what Shabazz was saying. Saab Emmer, absolutely. And Garfield passed right over that part when he showed her video yesterday. He skipped over the part where she railed Sonetta and House of Consciousness because she had been warning them 4 years ago that they was creating a culture of complicity. You know, these dudes, don't let these dudes fool you. And it ain't personal, but you ain't fooling me, Slim. Thou, how broke are you? I can't. Thou, How broke are you to fan out over 600? Exactly. Damn, dude. This shit. David, what's up, bro? Piece of the matter of fact, let me put the damn. Sorry about this. Yeah, anybody want to pop up? Just to go back. I'm just covering this 24 hours, and then we're going to go to the top of the subject matter, which is: did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? Yeah, let's get back into it. Exhibit A: Neter with the people's money scammed by Polight. Exactly. Do we need to listen? Let's go back and listen to this cheese ball. Jesus, man, come on. And I don't mean Jesus. I don't mean to be saying the Lord in vain. But come on, yo.
No shit, I ain't. Polight, dump that off on me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Like this. No for me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Real fucking all here over there. Here, put that. Polight, dump that off for me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Real fucking all here over there arguing with Shorty. I think she ain't working right. She off the ground. Look.
Over for some more.
All right, Polight, I'm out. You good?
The journalist Neter is going for a round 3 of butt licking Polight. Round 3. It's only the first goddamn. It's fun. Now, why should I even say round? This is round 1. This 2 minutes into round 1, and he going in for another butt lick. What the hell? God damn! Like, what is this?
Yo, man, thanks for putting that in my pocket, fam. I know you don't like people seeing that shit. Good looking, fam. I love you, brother.
That's the independent journalist folks is calling for. I understand what you're doing, Neter. Well, how come people don't get on ABC and CNN when they interview R. Kelly? You know, all you're trying to do is the people's business, man. You're the people's journalist, Neter. This is the people's journalist. Let's look. Let's watch him lick Polight's crack. No jelly. Let's go. Damn, did I just blank this goddamn thing out? Excuse me, I'm losing my mind up here. One more time, y'all. 2 seconds. I just got the daggone thing off, man. Let me go back. I'm losing my mind just over this one little clip. But it's evidence. It's evidence. It's evidence. I mean, it's ridiculous. Oh my God, it is just too much, man. Let's go back here. Sorry, y'all. Let me click it up. It's coming. I mean, we really have to remind people of what the hell is going on. It's like it's too much of this. Here we go.
All right, Polight, I'm out. You good? Yo, working right. Polight, dump that off for me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Real fucking all here over there arguing with Shorty. I think she ain't working right. She off the ground. Look. All right, Polight, I'm out. You good? Yo, man, thanks for putting that in my pocket, fam. I know you don't like people seeing that shit. Good looking, fam. I love you, brother.
Kaya is going to say, oh, I didn't know that. Now you know. And if you don't know, now you know, brother. Which journalist goes, oh, no, thank you for the money you put in my pocket. And then getting rich. Man, get you punk ass out of. All right, man, slow.
Polight had Frankie in his pocket. Get it? What's so hard to understand? What is so hard to understand? See, you can't do better if you don't know better. How are you? Don't even apologize yet. Don't apologize until you understand what you're apologizing for. You see, Polight had Frankie in his pocket. Literally. Literally, it's pathetic. It's pathetic.
No shit, I ain't. Polight, dump that off on me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Real fucking talk. He over there arguing with Shorty. I think she ain't working right. She off the ground. Look.
I think she ain't working right. I think she ain't working right. I think she ain't working right. Okay. Neter's still a pillar in the community, y'all? Is he? Any double play? Any triple play going on? Is he triple playing the community? You know?
All right, Polight, I'm out. You good? Yo, man, thanks for putting that in my pocket, fam. I know you don't like people seeing that shit. Good looking, fam. I love you, brother.
No. Kaya is going to say, oh, I didn't know that. Now you know. And if you don't know, now you know. Brother, which journalist goes, oh, no, thank you for the money you put in my pocket. And then getting rich and then get you punk ass out of. All right, man, Slow, I love you.
Word, man. Word. I ain't gonna never forget this shit. Let me get this shit out of here.
Yeah, that's what Neter said, bro. To real. That's what he said. So you got to understand, you know. I mean, from my view, the bottom line is where we have to ask ourselves: is Neter a pillar in the black community? Is he supposed to be upheld? Regardless. Now, he's always going to say shit about other people. You know, he's always going to say shit about other people. But look, this ain't about other people. Because look, if you drive a trash truck and you tell people, hey man, I drive a trash truck for a living. I got a company driving trash trucks. I got a couple of brothers that work with me too, a sister that also work with me, and we have we operate a trash company. Yeah, this is what we get paid. And somebody see you on the street operating a trash truck, people understand, yo, this is your business. This you doing what you say you doing. You are what you say. But that's not what Neter says. See, Neter is not, we're not showing that Neter being a journalist. That's not what we're showing. But he said, I'm just a journalist. This is just my job. This is why I got to have Polight. I got to interview Polight. This is it. But then we show you, you can't be. Because ABC, CBS, they don't have journalists out there. I'm going to go interview Osama bin Laden. Or, no, I'm going to go interview, let me see, what's the president, the past president of Iraq? Damn, what's his name? Oh my God. Well, it doesn't even matter. I'm going to go visit George Bush. I'm going to interview George Bush. Yo, you see George Bush, yo, he gave me the keys to his car. And you know what George Bush else he did? He gave me some stocks and oil, yo. Oh man, that's love. You think CBS or ABC could interview George? You think anyone that says that would be able to interview George Bush? Get the hell out of here. But this is what Neter says is journalism. This is what people capping for him. Yeah, people can't blame you for what another man did, Neter. That's not what's going on. We're blaming you for being complicit, for creating an atmosphere of complacency, turning the blind eye away when you could have warned people. You could have defended the community. That's what we're talking about. You know? Come on. Like, really, man.
Motherfucker hit me with the big joint.
Oh, he hit him with a big joint. Oh, yeah, that's just a journalist.
Yo, but I'm going to tell you something, right? What's crazy about Hollywood right now? Everybody is masked up in Hollywood. They like New York used to be.
That's what those are going to say. No, it wasn't him. It was somebody that imitated his voice.
You heard? They like New York used to be. Shit.
Oh, yeah, it was happy as hell.
Money now.
You understand why he was capping for Polight all this time? You understand what Polight was telling his channel like less than a year ago, contrary to what he said like yesterday, that Polight hasn't been on his panel for the last 3 years. These do lies so much, man.
I'm gonna be here.
He can't catch up with his lies.
For a week? Shit, I'm rolling. I might not go back home. I might call the family and tell the family, yo, pack it up.
Of course, journalists do that. You know, what is it? What is it? ABC, CNN, CBS. But you remember the term he used towards those people? He used a negative term towards those people who went following the cap. You listen to the laugh. I'm in a comeback home.
Here for a week. Shit, I'm rolling. I might not go back home.
Oh yeah, they do that on CBS, ABC, CNN. Of course, that's how they get down. That's journalism. I'll never forget these, man. I love you. I'm not gonna go home. I'm gonna call the family.
I might call the family and tell the family, yo, pack it up. We moving to Hollywood. Real shit. Pack it up. We moving to Hollywood.
He repeated it just to make sure you understand his sentiment. Yeah, like a kid in a candy store, of course. Yeah, the journalists do that. Yeah, come on, man. That cap was horrible. But you know, I can stop there. There's another one. Yes, there's another one. This one I share the link is my channel. Because
you know, now we've been over this so many damn times, but the community, the echo chamber keeps the community in the same place. The House of Consciousness echo chamber, the words that they put out for everyone to repeat and repeat, it keeps the community in the same place, you know, and we have to remind people. It's sad, but that's true. If you want to know why we're still at the point where people are talking about, yeah, we understand Sonetta, he's a journalist. It's because of the echo chamber. So our echo chamber of real information, real journalism has to be louder. So spread the word, y'all. Let other people know. Suggest the channel. You know, post the videos, talk, spread the word. Yeah, join us. But here's an example. Of what we're talking about. This is Sonetta. Damn near a half a year ago, 6 months, 5 months ago. Check.
I'm saying this to y'all for the last time, and I'm gonna leave it where it stands. Whether Polight is guilty or even if he is found innocent, I'm through with him. I'm done with him. Polight will no longer be on my platform.
Is Sonetta 2 days ago.
First question. From this point forward, will we be playing any more Polight videos showcasing his debate skills? That's number one.
Let me answer the first one.
Go ahead.
Of course not. And as soon as I get off here, I'm taking down every Polight video that's on my channel, brother. So of course not. Every Polight video that's on my channel is coming down as of today. So hell no, we won't be playing no Polight videos. Go ahead, continue.
No, you need to make it clear though that some of those videos have other people on there, so it's up to Sonetta's discretion. So don't go looking at his channel talking about why is this not down. It's up to his discretion and how he keeps his channel intact.
Yeah.
So
all right, yeah, brother. What's the next question?
Thank you, Sonetta. See, this type of energy we were looking for early on. I'm glad you on that shit now. That's what's up.
Yeah, I can only do it when I get the full details of it. I don't jump out the window like everybody else. I just wait and be patient. Because if you was going through it, you would want the same respect for people to wait for the outcome. See, we do that because we're not the ones involved. But if the shoe was turned on the other foot and something like that happened to us, even though you was innocent, brother, you still will want people to wait until we get the results out for real. So that's what I did. Go ahead, brother. I'm waiting for your next question.
Well, we're going to disagree on that. That's all good. We're not even going to get into that. No problem. Yeah. Second question. Second question is seeing the impact from that girl's mother today.
And hold up. I'm good. I see where you're leading into. Before you do that, I want to also say this. Even though, brother, that I'm, like I said, I will be taking all the videos down, that's not going to stop nothing. The people don't care about that. They already got their mindset. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is damn if you do, damn if you don't, Sarnetta, with these people. You can never please these niggas.
Exactly. Thank you.
What you got?
You say that a lot, but the thing is, the people that matter will see your integrity.
Go ahead.
The people that don't matter. It's about integrity, dog.
I got you.
So anyway, second question.
You were talking about the girl, the woman, the mother.
Seeing the impactful statement of the mother today, would you today, in comparison to how you felt a couple months ago, would you do a polite interview today?
Yes, I would.
Now, you see, that's Sarnetta right now, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Now, Sarnetta 4-5 months ago, let's show how he flip-flops with his journalism, if you want to call it journalism, because after all, we've just showed you the man Polight put cash in this man's hand. Sarnetta was just out in California, like, oh, Polight. Oh man, that's love, man. Thank you. You put the car keys in my hand when I got oh, guess what? He gave me $600 also, man. That's love. I love you, Polight. I love you. We just showed you that. Now, this is Polight. This is Sarnetta. Just like 5 months ago. What was he talking about when he got the heat?
I'm saying this to y'all for the last time, and I'm going to leave it where it stands. Whether Polight is guilty or even if he is found innocent, I'm through with him. I'm done with him. Polight will no longer be on my platform.
So, I mean, where is the consistency? Why is it that this man, being the so-called black pillar, this is your black pillar, the flip-flopper, this is him. This is the one that the people talking about right here. That's an example of your pillar. That's your pillar. You think something can stand on that? A pillar is not supposed to vacillate every 10 minutes according to who put some dollars in his hands. A pillar stands strong on integrity and wavers not. That's what a pillar does. Here's your pillar. Let's go take a look at the pillar. Let's take a look at the pillar. One more time. Here's the pillar. I mean, this is just the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life, really, to be honest with you. To be honest. I'm just being honest, you know. Here's the pillar.
Polight gave me this, told me to get ahead. Yo, this shit is crazy. And he hit me with this. No shit, I ain't. Polight dumped that off on me. So, yo, here, put that in your pocket. That's fucking love, baby. Real talk. Real fucking talk. He over there arguing with Shorty. I think she ain't working right. She off the ground. Look. All right, Polight, I'm out. You good? Yo, man, thanks for putting that in my pocket, fam. I know you don't like people seeing that shit. Good looking, fam. I love you, brother.
That's the pillar. That's the pillar. That's the pillar in the black community they call Sarnetta folks going to cap for. They're going to cap. The HOK affiliates are going to cap. They're going down with the ship because there's more that hasn't come out and been revealed yet. Yes, more. There is. There's more. Sorry to say, there's more. But let's continue. Soon as we pass this part, it's just a 24-hour review. Then we're going to go into the topic, did Sarnetta or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? So here we go. Let's see here. Let's go more into it.
So journalists, they're being taken to the club. He said, Polight took me to the club. That's what journalists do, of course.
The club, they played it. They played his music where everybody could hear it. And the crowd was like, damn, that shit was banging. For real. I'm not saying that because that's my man. The crowd.
He's not saying it because that's his man. The journalist say, oh, yeah, that's my man. Oh, no, you're just a journalist. He didn't say, I'm just a journalist interviewing some guests. That's my man. I'm not saying it just because that's my man.
I was banging on the song.
That's his man.
Standing in the middle of the floor, singing it as it was going.
And did you catch something what he said about Miami?
And I hear it. The club, they took me to the club.
That voice sounds familiar.
That song is fire. I heard it for the first time when I was out there in Miami.
When the first time when he was out there in Miami. Do you know how many times he's been to Miami? Doesn't matter. So, yeah.
And look, let's be honest here. Let's be honest. Neter has alluded several times to sex industry. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. And that's what True, what is it? Too Real was getting at. That question. That's what Neter has been alluding to just months before, or not even months, but he's done it a few times, but especially 1 month before the Polight final hearing. So that money in your pocket, the pillar of the industry, is he getting money in his pocket from the sex industry? And who do you think's providing that sex? How do you think that operates? Sex trafficking. Do you think that that's a good thing? Trafficking of women? You see, and he's so proud to hold that money. Look at this money. He gave me $600. Oh, that's love. That's love. Yeah, you took the money, bro. You took the money. The only question is, do you know where that money comes from? It sounds like you might. Unfortunately for you, it sounds like you might, because you talk about it all the damn time. It slip out the side of your neck, man.
The song.
I say that because that's my man. The crowd was banging on the song.
That's his man.
Standing in the middle of the floor, singing it as it was going. And I was like, damn, I came in late. And I would have caught it. I would have brought it to y'all. But I came in late. And I was like, yo,
he would have brought it to y'all.
It's fire. I go in, I'm like, yo, that sound like.
So, of course, journalists, they go to the club and they bring, songs from people rapping in the club. And they express how they regret that he couldn't catch that on tape. Of course, we're supposed to believe that.
All right. And when I get in, it was like.
So the DNA warrant has been served, and this nigga's in the nightclub partying with Polight.
All right, so we have that. Now let's move on to all the Polight videos are still on Neter's spam. And after that, we can move to the weighing. So for those who don't know, it's very easy to search within the channel. I've said it so many times. That's his channel right there. And you know what?
Now, this is after he deleted videos. This is after Neter's been on a campaign. I'm deleting videos. I deleted all the videos, yo. I deleted videos. And be like, that's why I did it, because I stand on my integrity. I told you I would do it. Man, okay.
This guy's so funny. Oh, you had an upcoming one. It's not there anymore. Okay, never mind. Talking about we failed. Now it's the community that failed. But anyway, that's his channel. You see that magnifier here? After about, you have a magnifying glass. And that's how you search within the channel. Right? So, here. You see, that's Polight. That's Ali Muhammad.
Now, prior to yesterday, Neter had already had way over 200 videos of Polight on his channels, right? Over 200, right? Now there's supposed to be less. Let's see.
All right. Polight takes on Danny Holla on the King James topic. I don't even need to open a new page. I can do this. Copy it.
So still the atmosphere of complicity. Still. I mean, this is how the dude attracts people, attracts victims. It's that simple. See, when you have Polight, a rapist, when you have a person who sexually assaults minors, when you have a scammer on your platform, right? Whichever language you feel is best for that. Whenever you have these persons on there, persons that have been alleged to be scammers, alleged to be rapists, alleged to be pedophiles, or are pedophiles, are rapists, are scammers, any of that, when you have them on your panel, you're giving the idea to other people that they are good people. Yes, that's what you're doing. You're giving other people that come to your channel who don't know about their scamming, don't know about their assaults. You're giving other people the idea that these people can be trusted. See, that's what Akia Al-Shabazz was telling you 4 years ago, dude. And folks still don't get it. And it's still happening right now.
The address of the link. Boom. That's one. Let's continue. Polight and Tazariak sets fire to the streets. 688,000 views. I don't think he wants to remove that one. Two. And you know what? Out of curiosity, this may be one of the most viewed videos on this channel. It is. It is the most viewed videos on his channel. The most viewed video on his channel. All right. Let's continue. Bro Polight.
All right. Just for reference here. Let me see here. Let me go back. Let's just do this real quick, just for reference. Boom. Go over here. Let's type in Brother Polight. Boom. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Polight and Tazariak set fire to the street. Polight. Okay, this is guilty. Yeah, okay, that's a different story. Good. Polight takes on Donala on the King James topic. Brother Polight versus Battle of the Truth, Jesus in the Womb. I mean, okay, what is this? What is this? Bro Polight versus Eric Muhammad. Okay, I mean, so you're still part of giving people the idea that these people are safe people to trust, to know. You want people understanding their theories. You want people getting to know their debate skills. Sonetta, that's what you still want. It's called an atmosphere of complicity. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. Polight versus Minister Jap. Yeah, more debate skills. Polight calls in a challenge with Bro Sanchez. I mean, come on, just stop the cap, man. Did I spell that right? Did I even spell this right? Yeah, I did. Or maybe I didn't. Whatever. Anyway, here we go. When you don't. Screw that. Same channel. Let's look it up. Brother Polight. Captain Tazariak versus Polight. Streets of Harlem on fire. Shaka Amos, the Hebrew killer, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear that. Pretty stunner. Okay. Okay. What is this? General Hashar endorses Brother Polight. Brother Polight most powerful video playlist. Should I? It's 47 damn videos. Let's click on it. It's 47 damn videos. Look at this. Here we go. All that whole shit right up in there. You see that, y'all? Okay, 40 are unavailable, but these are still there. So, any case, let's go back. I think that was enough. What the hell is this? the hell is this? I'm gonna have to cut that out. Sorry about that, y'all.
All right, Polight, I'm out.
All right, so yeah, that was a little craziness. I didn't realize I was stuck on that platform again. I'm gonna have to cut that out later, but let's continue here. So I know that when he get that prison call, people going to be tuning into his channel, and that's honestly the sad part. The fact that people are still watching, it's crazy. I mean, the fact that people don't understand the issue is sad. I mean, because look, if it's about the information, there's more solid information our people need. That's what it's about. They're not getting solid information out of House of Consciousness or Neter TV, period, or his affiliates. They're not getting it. You know, my questions are, what comes next after holding his feet to the fire? What's the call to action? Otherwise, is the call out performative outrage? I had those questions primarily for. That's a good question to ask. I think it is performative outrage because I've been listening and it's not constructive. I mean, they're repeating the same questions that have already been answered and then don't move on with the answers. I mean, here's the answer. Here's the first question I think they should ask. What are you going to do to make sure this never happens again? Okay, that's what we're reviewing here. Number one, inform people of who the persons are, the pedophiles. Inform, and that's what we're getting at today with this. We're about to switch over into the main topic. Did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? Warn people of who the pedophiles are. Warn folk. If you heard, warn. Inform people. Inform them so that these people will be safe. Inform the community so they can be safe. So this doesn't happen again. Right? The second thing, at the same time you can do. Number two thing, you must do this at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Stop being complicit in the culture that turns a blind eye. Right? Just stop having these people on your platforms. Get them off the platforms. That's step two. You see, you know, they have to do it at the same time or it doesn't work. You know, you can't inform people of who they are and then give them a place on your platform. That doesn't make sense. And these folks, they just don't seem to be able to get it, even though they're being told time and time and time and time from the left to the right, uppercut, right jab, you know, right hook, left hook. It's like, come on. They're being told from every single direction and they still haven't panels where you clearly hear them talking around those issues. Yeah, what about the fresh ones? Exactly. What about the fresh ones? Neter got fresh ones he's still holding on to. Apparently, he's not afraid anybody gets assaulted by those fresh ones. You know, it's like he don't even want to inform people of who the fresh cases are. You know, he said that a month ago and he's still sitting on it. Rob Bourne, Garfield, we got fresh ones. You know, it's like, okay, so you're going to help the community be protected from those pedophiles that are out there? No, he's sitting on it. Don't make no damn sense. But people are still giving this man excuse number 1,000. He's done the thousands wrong things. Still capping.
Good. Yo, man, thanks for putting that in my pocket, fam. I know you don't like people seeing that shit.
I'm just going to run this because we need to get to the main topic. All right, so.
Good looking, fam. I love you, brother.
Now, Kaya is going to say, oh, I didn't know that. Now you know. And if you don't know, now you know. Brother, which journalist goes, oh, no, thank you for the money you put in my pocket. And then get it rich. And then get you punk ass out of. All right, man, Slow, I love you.
Word, man. Word. I ain't gonna never forget this shit. Let me get this shit out of here. This motherfucker hit me with the big joint.
Oh, he hit him with a big joint. Oh, yeah, that's just a journalist.
Yo, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? What's crazy about Hollywood right now?
Again, does Neter know anything about where this money is coming from? Is it coming from scamming people? Is it coming from the sex trafficking industry? He's really happy. I mean, this is a journalist that don't ask no goddamn questions, by the way.
Everybody is masked up in Hollywood. They like New York used to be.
That's for those going to say, no, it wasn't him. It was somebody that imitated his voice.
You heard? They like New York used to be. Shit.
Oh, yeah, it was happy as hell.
Money now.
Okay, Cursor Hammurabi.
You understand why he was capping for Polight all this time? You understand what Polight was telling his channel like less than a year ago, contrary to what he said like yesterday, that Polight hasn't been on his panel for the last 3 years. These dudes lie so much, man.
I'm gonna be here.
He can't catch up with his lies.
For a week. Shit, I'm rolling. I might not go back home. I might call the family and tell the family, yo, pack it up. Pack it up.
Of course, journalists do that. You know, what is it? ABC?
Woohoo!
ABC, CNN, CBS. But you remember the term he used towards those people? He used a negative term towards those people who ain't following the cap. You listen to the lie. I'm in the comeback home.
Here for a week. Shit, I'm rolling. I might not go back home.
Oh yeah, they do that on CBS, ABC, CNN, of course.
Sonetta sounds literally like Pinocchio in that laugh. Seriously, I mean, this is really a case of Pinocchio. You know, like seriously, the wooden boy. I mean, you know, it's like goddamn.
Of course, that's how they get down. That's journalism. I mean, I'll never forget this, man. I love you. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna call the family.
Might call the family and tell the family, yo, pack it up. Pack it up. We moving to Hollywood. Real shit. Pack it up. We moving to Hollywood.
He repeated it just to make sure you understand his sentiment. Yeah, like a kid in a candy store, of course. Yeah, the journalists do that. Yeah. Come on, man. That cap was horrible. But you know, I can stop there. There's another one. There's another one. Yes, there's another one.
Damn.
This one I share the link is my channel.
Another one? What the hell?
Look at this other one. Man, these talking points, man. And for years, those guys had talking points like that. And with a few good groupies, like Only Find Mika and the rest of these thoughts, male thoughts and female thoughts. And there he goes. There it goes.
That voice sounds familiar.
That song is fire. I heard it for the first time when I was out there in Miami. We was at the club. Polight took me to the club, to Macon Spot. And
oh yeah. So journalists, they've been taken to the club. He said Polight took me to the club. That's what journalists do, of course.
The club, they played it. They played his music where everybody could hear it. And the crowd was like, damn, that shit was banging. For real. I'm not saying that because that's my man. The crowd.
He's not saying it because that's his man. The journalist said, oh, yeah, that's my man. Oh, no, you're just a journalist. He didn't say, I'm just a journalist interviewing some guests. That's my man. I'm not saying it just because that's my man.
I was banging on the song.
That's his man.
Standing in the middle of the floor, singing it as it was going.
And did you catch something what he said about Miami?
And I hear it. The club, they took me to the club.
That voice sounds familiar.
That song is fire. I heard it for the first time when I was out there in Miami.
When the first time when he was out there in Miami. Do you know how many times he's been to Miami? It doesn't matter. So, yeah, the song.
I'm saying that because that's my man. The crowd was banging on the song.
That's his man.
Standing in the middle of the floor, singing it as it was going. And I was like, damn, I came in late and I would have caught it. I would have.
The point on Sonetta being a journalist for Black people or anyone pertaining to Polight is mute. That's a dead statement. Just drop it. Sonetta is not a journalist. Drop it. What you're seeing of Sonetta is his friendship with Polight, his business and friendship with Polight. That's all you're going to get out of him. That's it. You're not seeing journalism. You can't trust his words on Polight. He's not doing it to provide journalism to the black community. It's been proven he's been capping for Polight. Yes, and there's a reason. There's a reason for it.
I brought it to y'all, but I came in late, and I was like, yo,
She would have brought it to y'all.
that's fire. I go in, I'm like, yo, that sound like.
So of course, journalists, you know, they go to the club and they bring, you know, songs from people rapping in the club, and they express how they regret that he couldn't catch that on tape. Of course, we're supposed to believe that.
Now, you've seen Neter receive money in cash from Polight, but you've also seen Neter make reference to the sex industry, sex trade, female trafficking, body trafficking, sex trafficking. You've heard him make reference to that. Yes. Wonder where that money's coming from. I mean, it's him who's making those references, though, out of his own mouth on video several times. Yes. Yes. You can't be a journalist for Polight, bro.
Polight, and when I get in, it was like.
So the DNA warrant has been served, and this nigga's in the nightclub partying with Polight.
All right, so we have that.
He can't be a journalist for the black community, not in relation to anything that has anything to do with Polight, because he has other relations, yes, with Polight. Things he know about, stuff he's doing.
Let's move on to all the Polight videos are still on Neter's spam. And after that, we can move to the weighing.
All right, so we saw that. We reviewed that. I just went over there fresh. Now, let's just get to the last part. Let's see here. This is my Aunt Forever's video, his live stream yesterday, so you can go and review it. Let me just write it here, my Aunt Forever. I'm just capping that up from yesterday because I missed that one and just wanted to see what they covered. And a few other topics. If you haven't missed it, if you didn't catch me earlier when I first went live today, check it out. I covered a few different things in the last 24 hours, but this is the last one. And then we're going to get to the main topic. Did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? So,
out here, oh man, nobody giving me no information. Nobody sending me and feeding me nothing. Come on, man, y'all know my number. Send it to me. Email it to me. Something. Let me see some videos, man.
And look at the title. My brother Polight out here in Cali getting the name. Because lady is trying to act like, oh, no, it's just a guy there. You know, I was just interviewing that guy.
Because at the time I get back in the hotel, I'm tired. I'm tired, yo. Yeah, the brother. What's it? Look at my man.
This live stream was conducted not even 24 hours ago. This is like 12 hours ago.
Look at my stunning. You're like rolling up in the motherfucking ropes. Look at this nigga here. Yo, what it is, nigga? What's going on? Say something to the people, man.
Peace to the family.
Oh my God, what the hell is up in there? That's the what they call it?
Constellation.
The constellations is up in the air. Yo, I got Zion in the building.
Yeah.
Yo,
Got Zion in the building. Zion Lexx. All right.
Like that scarf you got on, man. You doing your thing out here.
Yeah, he liked that scarf. We seen him with a similar scarf, didn't we? Frankie? Punk out.
Yeah, you know.
God damn.
Sure we healthy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, journalists, you know, regardless of their news agency, you know, they'll be like, hey, man, so damn, that's a nice rhyme, man. Look at this. Look at the stars. I love the scarf. Journalists may compliment on the scarf, you know. Of course, yes, they do.
Yeah,
so we do it in style, whatever we do.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Good to see you in LA, brother.
Oh man, you already know.
Good to see you in LA.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna come back out here. Now you know I can do it on the plane. So whenever you send for me, bro, whenever you be like, yo, Sar, come on, bro, I'm here. I'm gonna be here, bro. Because I love this shit. This shit is nice. You told me once I come out, I ain't gonna leave this shit. This shit is slim. For real. I mean, And one thing I noticed though, Polight, when you leave your own city, you realize how much love you get.
That's right.
You know how many people, I was at the beach today, you know how many people looked and say, yo, is that Sam? What the hell Sam doing out here? Like every day is somebody, a bus stop, a bus stop, and say, yo, son, Neter in the bus. And I'm looking, and they was like, yo, love, give me all kind of, but you never know until you leave your own city.
That's right.
That, yo, how many people fucking give you mad love? Yeah. Fuck all the haters that's on YouTube.
That's right.
Damn, you mean he ain't loved in his own city? What the fuck?
I bet it's gonna be different now when he's gonna go to different cities. Bet they're gonna be damn. This is the guy was capping for Polight, who wanted to interview Polight, who didn't warn the mother of the victim, who did some scamming with his friends.
Get more love in real life.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
Where you on? You on Standard Studios or?
I'm on Black News 102.
Oh, peace.
We already heard Reggie say himself live on air that he doesn't want to leave New York and that he can go to Georgia.
Black News 102 family, man. Peace to you guys.
Yeah, no doubt. So where you going? You pulling in? All right, let's go. Let's go. So yeah, let's go get this build in, yo. Miss Tiffany in the building. I hope you're ready, Miss Tiffany. I'll be back on Monday. I'll be back out here, but family is home, man. So call this the what they call this the suicide doors, right? It's the suicide doors.
Love my life, the door of suicide.
Yeah, but hold on, man. Motherfuckers will say, how come you talk all this conscious shit, but you riding around in a fucking Rolls Royce? What's up with that, bro?
Man, because I'm conscious. You know what I'm saying? We can't say that we were.
Zooming in on the jewelry. I mean, this is.
Queens don't ride around the dopest chariots of our day.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just riding around the flyest chariots of our day. That's what it is.
Zooming on the shoes.
Egypt, Ramses had gold-plated rims
on
chariot. That's a fact.
Right.
This shit was gold-plated. I went there and seen it.
What? Hold up. Say that one more time.
When I went to Egypt,
they
have Ramses chariot and in the Cairo Museum.
Right.
It's gold-plated. You know?
Yeah.
So that's more motivation. But
all right, man.
It must be done.
You gonna get what? Okay. Like, why do you spend your money on that? Like, what do you supposed to spend money on?
How did you get the money? How did you get the money? That's an even more important question. That's what this is all about. It's nobody judging. I mean, look, there might be people out there judging Polight or Neter or you but okay, fair enough. You judge. That's a little point. That's a point. It's a point, sure. Because what would you be out like? What type of person are you when you're spending money on the same corporations that are smashing our ass? I mean, that's not highly intelligent, but that's a point. It's still a point, but that's not the biggest point. The biggest point is, how are you getting the money? Are you getting the money scamming your own community, blood sucking your own community, and then you give it to Rolls Royce? Is that there can be nothing good about that. That means it's not only 50% bad, it's all bad. It might even be minus. It's even worse than bad. You see what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? But anyway, I digress.
On the rings, the shoes, the jewelry. Of course, journalists do that.
Yeah, like the video, y'all. Like the video. I mean,
my Cash App.
Yo, come on now. Like the video. I don't know. I don't even follow how many likes there are, but that's a good suggestion. Yeah, Shaka. Good to see you, bro. Please like the video. Even if you're watching, subscribe. Because don't tell me I'm not coming with some straight up the middle questions. I know I am. You see what I mean? What you're dealing with here If you don't know me, just you need to go back. The more you get to know about me, the more you're going to love. But I have my own record. I didn't get conscious listening to fucking Neter TV, okay? I was conscious before fucking Neter TV. So I have nothing to do with Neter TV. I was not empowered through or by Neter TV. You see what I mean? There are other elders out there from the community, believe it or not. There's other activists out there in the community, believe it or not, that don't come through Neter TV. You see? So, you know, on that note, let me just run it. Let me put the link too.
See, y'all gotta start hitting my Cash App so I can roll like this. Hey, Polight. I said start hitting my Cash App so I can roll like this. You know, you're supposed to have your king out here rolling like this, man. But no, with so much damn hate, niggas don't want to see that.
You know, see, what's dangerous is that the movement is not Neter TV. Don't ever think that you have to protect an individual. Protect the movement from individuals. That's what you're supposed to do. And you know, you have to operate with integrity and morals. You see, the type of morals that are beneficial to the community you claim to represent. You see, now if you want to go out there and represent white supremacy, he's doing a goddamn good job at it. You see, because or any other type of anti-black. If you want to represent anti-blackness, this is a good ass job, because anti-blackness is sex industry, taking black children, little girls, women, taking their money and giving it back to other people, Rolls Royce, for example, you know, or other people making jewelry, you know, gold, diamonds. You see what I mean? Anti-blackness is, you know, come on, you got to break it down for what it is. You see? So be careful about those people that go out there and try to make one person of movement and then think that no matter that what that one person or two people do, you got to protect them. Fuck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Especially when you're a bloodsucker. You see? Hold on. Let me see something here. 2 seconds, y'all. Yes, he doesn't like black people at all. I mean, I'm telling you, you could say it. You could say, hey, I love black people. I'm doing it for my people. Yeah, how do you treat your people? God damn. You know, you can't go out there, insinuate things like sex industry, you know, talk about, no, damn well, you got people that have raped, molested on your panel and platform, and they act like you're for black people, dude. You know what I'm saying? Hell to the no. 2 seconds here. I'm gonna drop the link. The link is up here. Anybody want to come up? I'm gonna go into the next segment now. Give me just 2 minutes. We're gonna take a 2-3 minute pause. The next segment is going to be, did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child, Polight, sexually assaulted? That's the next segment. But let me just let this play out. Then I'm gonna go directly into that.
Uh-oh, in the building. Peace.
Uh-oh. You know how he likes to play that Seti's clip, but Seti goes, uh-oh. Now, some people can clip that one.
Want to see that? Uh-oh, in the building. Uh-oh, in the building. Peace, yo. We out. Peace.
Dude was so happy to get in that building, that expensive place. Journalists, that's how they do. Uh-oh, in the building. Of course, that's what journalists do. So real Polight broke now after all these court fees. Never show the license plates. Okay, now we can move to the weighing. So for those who don't know, I'm going to share the link.
All right. Give me 2 minutes, y'all.
Start the stream, and then I'm going to end this one right there.
I'll be right back.
alone. Never shares a single tear. Stays in the coolest mood. Clearly rolling up the air. She and all her girlfriends, they go out dressed to win.
All right, folks. Yeah, we back. Thank you for that pause, just so I can get reorganized. Get my little cup of coffee going on, or my latte. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good morning over there in the U.S. It's about 7:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA. It's 1:39 p.m. Central European Time. Yeah, and the discussion right now is going to be flipping over to, did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? And we're going to review. In doing that, we're going to review again some of the same characters associated together, whether you like it or not. No matter how much they say, I ain't got nothing to do with what another man do. No matter how much. Hold on 2 seconds. Yeah, let me put that background up. Yeah, there we go. And again, we're going to be examining the characters, some of the same characters. You've heard the same characters in this video we're about to review. You've heard them mentioned in the last video. Zion Lexx, Neter. Oh, I'm going to go visit Zion Lexx right now. I'm out here with Polight in California. Polight gave me these keys. Look, he gave me $600. Y'all, that's love. Yes, same characters. So you can try to disassociate them as much as you want. You can listen to the echo chamber of the house of consciousness as much as you want. What does the echo chamber say? You can't blame another man for what another man does. That's what the echo chamber got the nerve. Do you know I will slam the door in that echo chamber's face? Don't ever bring that dumb shit to me. I'm a strong black man, a wise black man, an intelligent black man. Notice how they don't ever bring that shit to the strong, intelligent black man's door. Notice that. You see, I mean, it is just ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. Anyway, for those of you that want to hop up on the panel, feel free to hop up as we review this one. Oh my God, I just don't know what to say. It's not that I can't take it. It's just, it's so insidious, some of these arguments that the echo chamber puts out. The fact that we have to review this and review this and review this. Yo, some of y'all need to go to boot camp, for real. Some of y'all need to come. I mean, pay me some of this money. I'll take you to boot camp every day of the week. I mean, really, God damn. Some of this shit is just pure laziness, lack of any intellectual capacity. Let me see here, y'all. David, bullshit. They are a bunch of certified pussy. Tell me about it, man. Really? I mean, they go after women and children, bro. That's what they do. Literally. They go and if it's not women and children, it is black men and black people in general that have been pushed down so much that they want to believe. And these people misuse their trust. Yes, they do, on a regular basis. It's a daily operation, in case you don't know. For those that don't know, that's what pimping and scamming is. And molesting. I mean, some of these folks seem very systematic about their approach, by the way. But in any case, let's warm this one up.
We talking about the year 2011 when I booked King of Diamonds with no money. I had a commercial running on 99 Point Jams.
Now, you can look at this video. You watched it, but you need to watch the video when I'm watching it. Notice what I notice when I'm watching it. Sometimes you got to slow it down and look at how these guys are looking at each other. They really, really digging the subject content, boy. The subject content, rape in the Bible. And is the victim complicit? And by the way, let me lie about the Bible to prove my point. As if people don't know how to read. Damn. just on and on.
When I was bubbling with Maybach Music, and what we was doing was promoting something called Maybach Music.
Hold on, when was this video uploaded? 1 year ago it was uploaded, but in fact, this took place roughly 2 months before the assault. 2 months before the assault. Yes, that's about 2 years ago. Two and a half, roughly. I don't want to go into the exact dates, but you see what I'm saying. This led up to, this was leading up to, this led up to the child being molested, being assaulted. Zion hasn't even released the alleged audio he recovered that night in California. Yo, I put it to you like this. Let me just put it to you. Any of these jokers, man, I'm telling you all, this is not ending here. I'm telling you. And you know why? You know why that is? Because if these jokers needed to hear these words, these wide words from my brother Dave a long time ago, if they want to stay out of the slammer, they could have what?
You could shut the fuck up.
Exactly. They could have. But they just spilling the beans, giving all the info, telling you what info they got. Hey, I got this one and I'm going to drop it next week. And this is the one. I got that tape now. You know I was there. By the way, thanks for giving me the money, Polight. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Oh, man, that's love. I mean, damn. What could they have done a long time ago if they wanted to stay out of the slammer?
You could shut the fuck up.
They won't be doing that, no. And expect the singing to just get larger and larger. I'm telling you. Let me just tell you what my prediction is, because I made a prediction earlier. A lot of folks don't know me. They don't know shit, but the more you know about me, the more you love. And I'm talking about my record. I'm talking about the record of this black man here. I'm really talking about it. And what I'm saying is, 6 months ago, I said House of Consciousness is not going to make it past this year. They're not going to make it to the end of the year. It's going to fall apart. Because once I started noticing, sniffing, and I ain't been checking these dudes out at all. Just 5-6 months ago, I started checking them out. I couldn't believe the shit I was finding out. Couldn't believe the shit. But about 2 weeks in, I started realizing, putting 2 and 2 together, and I was like, no, this is deeper. This looks like trafficking. I said that 6 months ago. This looks like trafficking. This looks like a lot of different shit. And I said, this ain't going to last, bro. This is not going to last. It's not going to last at all. You know, yeah, let's laugh with Femi. That's what, laugh it up, because you got to laugh when a bloodsucker gets caught in his own doo-doo. Speaking of doo-doo, Sonetta doo-doo. Yes. Sonetta doo-doo. That's what this is. He's going to get caught in some Sonetta doo-doo. Sonetta is. Who else? I mean, there's got to be a few others. I ain't going to say no names, but it must be. There's no reason a religious panhandler is a strip club. I mean, come on, we ain't even started playing this damn video, but you will start noticing some very similarities, some similar terms coming up, some similar places coming up, some similar things. My God, man. And it's all them, because once again, they did have the option to do what a long time ago?
You could shut the fuck up.
So they shouldn't complain. Let's go.
Music Jamaica, which you could, go on YouTube and you can see was a valid thing. And you can see that Zion Lexx created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked. Surely Jamaica, which you could. Go on YouTube and you can see it was a valid thing. And you can see that Zion Lexx created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter. If you could get fucked because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong. If in your wisdom you come from a culture that women are considered gods, but all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polight, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality.
In case y'all wondering, this is leading up somewhere. It's leading up somewhere. It is. It's leading up somewhere. And the question is, did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? You can see her right there. She's right there. The mother's right there. Again, proximity. They are in the same room. They're in the same room together. They're in the same room. What did they know about Polight prior to this? So it's not always, you know, we're going to break it down. We listen to what the words are, but the words are one category. The places are another category. Then the transactions are another category. Damn, y'all. I don't get it. What do you expect to see in a strip club? He saw lewd and lascivious acts. Yes, I think so. Zion said that like they were going to read the Torah. Exactly, you know, but hey, this is what, you know, let the brother talk. Let him talk. You know, let him talk himself to wherever he want to go, because if you told him something else, he wouldn't get it. I mean, he did have an option. He could have always went.
Could shut the fuck up.
But he ain't going to do it. So here we go.
So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now. So the concept that you learn is, from the Kemetic perspective, the closest idea to God.
And you lose right there. You're not speaking from any Kemetic perspective. You're speaking from yourself, dude. This is all about you and what you want and how you do it. That's what this is. You're not a Kemite. You're just a haggler, man. Jesus.
Was a woman giving birth. The closest idea to God was the creation of life, which we know man is a co-conspirator, or he's a partner, but we know the bottom line is it's coming through the womb of a woman, which is why when we speak of the Neter, which is the female aspect of the Neter, the term for God, when we speak of the Neter, known as Osset, what's her?
And at the end of this rant, after all this fancy talk, Expedition Caliocious, he's going to be like, but was the woman who was raped a conspirator? It says so. Dina, let me go into Dina. I mean, really, that's what the point of this whole thing is. The lady who gets raped is a conspirator. Yes. They're in the room with the woman whose child got raped, got sexually assaulted by Polight, got molested. Yes, got assaulted, whichever way you want to call it. Yes, that's her. Polight's to the left. And they're in the room months before talking about rape in the Bible. Is rape permitted in the Bible? Let's have a theological, discussion here about the Bible, because we're religious men, we're holy men, we're black consciousness people. We need to debate that rape is permitted in the Bible. That's our goal here today. It's so important, by the way. It's an important goal to understand, because, you can't be black if you don't understand this. Run that back. Did you see the girl run across the screen Was that it's? Let me see. Shit, dog. Let me see here. I don't even know. I'm running back. We know this tape didn't start right here. We know that. We know it didn't start. We know it didn't start, but we do know. Okay, we know it didn't start here, but this is where they chose to start it, even though it's called the full debate.
If in your wisdom you come from a culture that women are considered gods, but all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polight, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? And how many people we know with a body count?
For those of you that want to know, that's Napa Shaddai in the video to the left also. She's in the room also with the victim's mother. And by the way, they all claim to know her personally. So the question we asking is, did Neter or Zion Lexx or Napa Shaddai warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? We're asking that question. If you want to hop up on the panel and you have any interesting information to add or to, commentary, feel free. Yeah, look at this, man. This is just wild. How dudes talking like they seem smart and something. Well, Polight really seemed very, very smart, right? He really seemed smart. Yeah, and they sound a lot like Polight. They very smart too. Let's see where that leads them. Run that back. Yeah, okay. I didn't see that. I didn't see no lady yet.
That can't give you the whole person's. I can't say his age. I don't know his birthday. I don't know his first name. I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birth.
Look at that. Neter in the background. Zion going in. He raped you. Zion going in. Ooh, oh, I love you, Zion. I love you. I mean, he's butt licking Zion Lexx.
Birthday before name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture.
Yep. She looked right down. But look at the slick old snake eyes on Polight.
When you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now. Below her is a bread loaf which gives you
Let me turn it down. Sorry. Was it right there you talking about, Dave? Yes, look at that. Hold on. 2 seconds now. There was something right there. I'm sorry.
You don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now.
Let's see. Is it right here? I saw something. I might have fast forwarded it too much. Did y'all see that? There's somebody else in the room. It appears. Let me just play it back. All right, I'm gonna put the audio back up.
Which is why when we speak of the Neter, which is the female aspect of the Neter, the term for God. When we speak of the Neter, known as Osset, what's her idea? What's her symbol? The throne. Below her is a bread loaf which gives you a tea, and that's also feminine. But the idea is that we can't even speak of natural kingship unless we're putting women first, because women are the ones that dictate kingship.
Want to get music and sound effects that actually?
What is this? What are they talking about? Jesus, man. Uh-oh, yeah.
Instance, people say things like the Bible allows or that none of that motherfucking money.
I'm gonna go back one more second just to make sure.
Do with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter.
Dave, was that what you were talking about? Was that what you was talking about, David? I don't know. Maybe you didn't see it. I think I saw.
Fuck because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong.
Let
If in your wisdom you come from a culture that women are considered gods, but all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polight, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now. So in the word for God, you have a seated deity with a beard. But the word for woman, the determinative for woman, looks exactly like it, minus the beard. So the concept that you learn is, from the Kemetic perspective, the closest idea to God was a woman giving birth. The closest idea to God was the creation of life, which we know man is a co-conspirator, or he's a partner. But
yeah, I don't know about that, David. I don't know about that, but I saw something, but maybe it's not that. But let's let it roll.
We know the bottom line is it's coming through the womb of a woman, which is why when we speak of the netert, which is the female aspect of the neter, the term for God. When you speak of the netert, known as Orset, what's her idea? What's her symbol? The throne. Below her is a bread loaf, which gives you a tea, and that's also feminine. But the idea is that we can't even speak of natural.
Yeah, but let me see something, y'all. Hold on. It's around when she starts to cry. It looked like a small. Let me go back here. I thought I saw it myself, bro. Like, really, man. Let me go back to this. Damn. Let me just roll it back.
I was bubbling with Maybach Music, and what we was doing was promoting something called Maybach Music Jamaica, which you could, go on YouTube and you could see was a valid thing. And you could see that Zion Lexx created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter. If you could get fucked because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong. If in your wisdom you come from a culture that women are considered gods, but all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polight, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now. So in the word for God, you have a seated deity with a beard. But the word for woman, the determinative for woman, looks exactly like it, minus the beard. So the concept that you learn is, from the Kemetic perspective, the closest idea to God was a woman giving birth. The closest idea to God was the creation of life, which we know man is a a co-conspirator or he's a partner, but we know the bottom line is it's coming through the womb of a woman, which is why when we speak of the netert, which is the female aspect of the neter, the term for God. When you speak of the netert, known as Orset, what's her idea? What's her symbol? The throne. Below her is a bread loaf.
Sorry, David, because we're here to examine this video one more time. Yeah, and then ask the question. I mean, they're sitting here, again, for those that's just joining, they're sitting here in the same room with the victim's mother. This is 2 months roughly before Polight assaulted that child that he's in prison for now. And the question we're asking is, did Neter, did Zion Lexx, did Napashada warn the mother? Because they had heard stories before. They've heard him be accused of similar acts. Other people in their sphere in New York, on TV, YouTube community, conscious community people have spoken of this also. You see? And so the question is, and it's not only about, check this out, it's not only about did they asking the question, did they warn her about that? About the rumor of raping children, molesting children. But did they warn her about the scamming Polight was doing? That Polight was alleged at that time to have done. I mean, did they warn her about the many people that contacted Neter and said, Neter, Polight has scammed me, brother? I mean, she's a sister, right? Shouldn't you warn the sisters also? I mean, so that's the questions we're asking. We're asking this because we're saying, does a person that calls themselves the pillar of the community, are they there to protect the community? And can they protect the community without protecting people, everyday people in the community? Can they be about shit? I mean, what about just everyday people, regular folk? What about the women, dog? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Can the two exist? Can you be a protector of the community and not warn the women that you could be standing next to a possible scammer or molester? I mean, is that what you expect from a pillar of the community? Because if you don't even expect that from the pillar of the community, why would you expect it from anyone else? Then it's just a dog-eat-dog world you got. Now let's think about this.
Which gives you a T, and that's also feminine. But the idea is that we can't even...
What's up, Hood Therapy? Thanks for joining us, bro.
Speak of natural kingship unless we're putting women first. Because...
Or sister. I don't know if Hood Therapy is a sister, you know. Sorry about that. Welcome, however.
Women are the ones that dictate kingship. For instance,
you hear this mockery? Women is the gods. We'll warn the women. If the women's are the god, then look at how hypocritical this is. The woman, she was the king, she was the god, she was the deity. Well, you're gonna warn the deity? You're gonna warn the women? I mean, come on, yo, this is these dudes, man.
Since people say things like the Bible allows or fosters the idea that a woman can be raped. You've heard this before, Deuteronomy chapter 22. The Bible fosters...
Robert Berman, yeah, peace, bro. Thanks for joining.
Right, the Bible forced... Some people say that a Bible... and so I'm going to use what he's saying.
I mean, again, brother, exactly, Robert. I mean, you got it, bro. And plenty of other people get this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking my mind, but I want more like minds to come along and that critical minds. And are we being that critical? I mean, if you were aware that Polight had a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, if you were aware of that, and this man claims to have been even aware of more. Neter claims to even have been aware of more. Other people corroborate the story even through multiple sources and means. So did you warn this woman of those things, Neter? That those things that Polight had been a part in those things, Neter? Also, did you warn her about the scamming? Zion Lexx, did you? You know, I mean, the women, the black woman is the deity, right? The women are the deities, right? Right? They're to be respected to the highest degree, right? They're supposed to be protected at all costs, right? Fucking hypocrites.
I was starting to say some people, but he seemed to be familiar with it. Right. But because he's familiar with it, I'm going to say we're going to work with what Brother Sonnet is saying. So according to Brother Sonnet, the King James Bible seems to be describing in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 22 that it's okay to rape a woman. And if you are... but because...
According to who now?
Because he's familiar with it, I'm going to say we're going to work with what Brother Sonnet is saying. So according to Brother Sonnet, the King James Bible seems to be describing in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 22 that it's okay to rape a woman. And if you are...
All right, you're welcome, sister. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining for sure. And pop up on the panel, anybody that's new, you want to say a few words, or anybody in general.
Are able to dominate her physically. Watch my arm as I'm talking. I'm also flexing my arm. If you're able to dominate her physically, then she's yours, regardless of whether or not she wants to be yours. That's so stupid and incorrect. But watch this. There's a wisdom and a science to the way it's articulated in the scriptures, and I'm gonna make it make sense.
Yo, this is wild. Hood therapy. Well, you from the hood? I mean, what is this? I don't know. I mean, are you? This is a big old avatar here, I see. But in any case, check this out. Me personally, I don't really care, because this is the issue about, you know, some shit everybody should be a little worried about. However, you should, if you are an old white woman, you know, I hope you are up to par with, you know, just understanding, you know, some of this conversation is going to be specific to black folk, you know, but not all of it. So you're welcome. Welcome.
Sense. Watch this. So the Bible says, if a man...
Yo, David, what's up, bro? How you feeling?
Peace, brother. Peace. Hey, man. I always pointed out this interview, this little conversation that they had as a grooming session. Now,
right.
Maybe I'm tripping, but earlier I thought I saw a child walk by. You know, we played it back a couple times. I wasn't able to see it again, but for real, I thought I saw a child walk by. And if that's the case, then the way I saw this, I feel like it's true. This is a grooming session. They got the little girl in the room. She's not on camera, but here they are trying to biblically explain why it's okay that Polight's going to rape this little girl in the next day or so. This is literally in that time frame. Guarantee that the very next night is when he assaulted and accosted that little girl.
Oh, really? You think so?
It has to be. He's with the mother here right now, and if they broke up immediately after it happened, time frame wise, this shit look like it.
Yeah, like I don't know the exact date, and only these persons, again, Neter, Zion Lexx, Napashadar, they can all corroborate the date if they want to go on record. You know, they all can. You know.
Yeah, but I look at this like.
But it's definitely before. It's definitely it's before. It's not after. That we know.
Yeah, like this seems like a grooming session. They just trying to persuade her and justify these future actions.
You know what, brother? I mean, this conversation, how I see it is like, it's definitely a grooming. Who and what was being groomed, you know, I'm not exactly sure if what I mean, it looks like this to me. I'm always talking about what it looks like to me. It's my opinion. My words are my opinion. You see, so I hope nobody takes that the wrong way. If you heard me say something, it's my opinion. You know, if it's not a fact,
the way they want.
If it's not a fact, it's my opinion. So, but in either case, you know, to me, it definitely seems like some type of grooming, and regardless, it also definitely seems to me like these persons knew of this type of behavior and are connected strongly somehow in whatever is going on. Like something, in my view, something like trafficking is going on, like straight up. That's my view. That's my opinion. You know, that's what it is. That's my opinion. And, you know, because I don't see, or, you know, by chance, it could be something, some other type of activities that they're all cooperating in, but it ain't debating and it ain't what they saying it is. That's my view of it, right? But I can't help to think that the proper questions to ask are, why didn't you warn her, or did you warn her? And if you did warn her, when? Because I think that's a good question to ask, because then we get to hear what the answers are. And you know, some of the answers are going to be like, I didn't know, and then we're going to tie them down.
It wasn't me. What he does on his time is not me, even though I hang out with him and be in his
yeah,
house.
we're going to get more information that way.
That's what he do.
Right, we're gonna because we're gonna get more information out of them, you know, and you know, they get to go on record. Now, I think these are the last people that should not be going on public record. These are the last people that should not be going on public record with this stuff. They should be going on public record because you're clearly present talking about rape. Before the rape happened, before the sexual assault happened, whichever way you want to call it, they are clearly here talking about sexual assault in the Bible and posing the question, is it legal in the Bible? And they even go on to ask the question, is the victim complicit?
See, there we go. Like I said, these are grooming tactics. These are grooming tactics. They think they're so smart, but they don't realize is that they're smart around retards and dumb people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody with any common sense could see this shit, that like you're clearly trying to justify what appeared. Well, now that we know these are future actions, but you're grooming these women. You know, like you are trying to persuade them. Whatever kind of Jedi mind tricks that you're trying to do, it's on display right now.
I mean, you know, because if you try to say the victim is complicit, then you may as well say, see, it ain't the man's fault that he did it. You know what I'm saying? That's really what saying the victim is complicit is all about. Because, I mean, if you put it in real context, how many times has, let's say...
And this man has a daughter?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I believe so. And I do. I have, you know, and you, I mean, I don't know. Do you? I mean, there's plenty of us do. Plenty of us do, by the way. So daughters and sons. But the thing about it is that, you know, well, damn, what was I going to say? This thing now is like, if you put it in real terms, how many families have to deal with a child being raped? And let's talk about what these fellas like to talk about a lot. They like to put it on the mothers. It's the mother's fault. Why did he let the daughter go out? I mean, we heard this all the time, right? Now, it's a single mother here we're dealing with, or a single mother, or how could I say it? She's not married to the father, obviously, if she's with Polight, right? So that's what we're talking about here. Now, how many mothers do we hear about this with when there's a man in the life, right, of the mother, and this happens? Then the question of complicity, being complicit, comes into play. How often does that happen? It happens. It happens. We've heard it. We hear it in media. We hear it. We hear it in the conscious community. That whole idea being put out there. Okay, but what does she do? What does she do? Does she, you know, this idea that the child can somehow be, you know, calling the man to do these acts to them. And if the child just hadn't done something like that, the man would never do it. You know, it's the classic debate. It's the classic debate of putting it on the child, putting it on the victim, you know? And to me, it's like no one can find that debate so useful. Who would find that debate useful but a rapist? I mean, what's the point in keep having this same damn debate if it's not good for anything? So I agree. I mean, you don't talk about it. Let's flip the script. I mean, if we're in a class and we're talking about, you know, how to fix a carburetor and shit in the car, it's because we want to fix a carburetor in the car. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. Oh my God.
Finds a virgin woman in the field, takes hold of her and grasp her and lay with her, and they are discovered, he shall go to the father of the woman, pay 50 shekels to the father, and he cannot divorce her for the rest of the days of his life. She shall remain his wife eternally. So people say, wait, the Bible just said, if he grab her, take hold of her, and have sex with her, she his wife. All he got to do is pay $50. So the Bible's saying, if I could overpower a woman, she mine. That's not what it's saying. Follow the language and understand the concept. African spirituality always is given in abstraction. There's always an enigma. Why? People who speak enigmatically tend to be people who are deep thinkers, people who actually have something to say. People who are surface level when they speak usually have nothing to say. Watch how it makes sense.
I see you, Slewfoot. Good. Welcome. Thanks for coming in, man.
Bible says if a man finds a woman, grasp her and takes hold of her, and they are discovered, he can't divorce her. The key words are they are discovered. If it's actually rape, hold on, listen carefully. Hold on, just no problem. Listen.
Let's talk about it. How many times have we heard this exact same debate on Neter TV? How many times? I mean, this got to be one of the most popular, even videos. And this ain't even Neter TV. I bet this might even be. Let me take a look here, man. Let me just take a look. This I believe this used to be up on Neter TV too. 4,800K, right? Videos. It's almost 5,000 likes. Now, let's go. I'm not going to do it now, but for reference, somebody should go check, and see how much that what are those GMS videos are where they're debating the same thing with Polight. Rape. Is it complicit? How old can it be? How old is if she reaches this age, then it ain't rape. Oh, how old can you? When can you take a woman's flower? Yeah, we're gonna take them at 12. We're gonna take them at it's this whole conversation about rape, literally.
Hey, if he actually grabbed.
Oh, go ahead, David.
I was going to say, never forget that one video where Polight and Nature Boy is arguing about molestation.
I didn't even know about that one.
It might still be up, but if he was wise, he would take it down. But yeah, there's a video of Polight and Nature Boy side by side having a conversation, and Nature Boy's his pedophilic ways come into question, and they start having this little heated discussion about it, and it's just like, yo, y'all both fucking child molesters. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Right, hiding behind the conversation and shit, like good cop, bad cop. You know what I'm saying? Hood therapy is funny. Yeah, well, all good. I mean, if you know these people, look, hood therapy. Do you know who Brother Polight is? Do you know who Zion Lexx is? Have you ever heard of them? Have you ever heard of GMS? Have you ever heard of House of Consciousness? Have you ever heard of Neter TV? Yeah, that would be a good thing. I would be curious about, in any case, GM, let's see here, GMR. Yeah, GMS. I mean, hood therapy says she's an old white lady. So I'm just asking, whatever. It's the internet. As long as we all are respectful. I don't know who else is watching, by the way. Not just in the chat. Anybody could be watching this. So, and plenty of people do from whatever backgrounds. Well, GM, all right. Let's read some of these comments. People who you speak enigmatically tend to be deep thinkers, but who have something to say. People who are surface level usually have nothing to say, Facts of Femi. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay, let's go on. Yes, I'm there. Let's go ahead. Okay. Here we go.
Her, if he actually raped her, I'm gonna wait till y'all done. Because what I gotta say is very eloquent, minus the interruption. So go ahead. So watch this. The very vernacular that's being employed is being employed and being positioned for a reason. The Bible considers that a woman who is born or raised in the home of her parents, if you're having sex with her and you're not married to her, is as if you raped her. She's not being raped, the woman in the story, and that's what most people miss, because the Bible says.
So let me get this correct. Is his point? Because we got to understand, he preaches the Torah and some of this stuff, right? You know, so he claims to live by some of this stuff, right? Now, is his point to just say, hey, everybody's raping anyway, so why not? Is that what his point is? We're all rapists, you know? Because I dated a woman, I never met her parents, I don't know her last name, so I'm a rapist. Isn't that what he's saying? According to the Bible, this is his point, right? So far, I mean, David. Okay, maybe. Did you hear me, David?
Nah, brother, say that again.
Yeah, I said, so far, it sounds like this. Is this what his point is? Is his point that, my God, is his point that according to the Bible, we're all rapists? Is that what his point is? Since he's saying, you know, if you don't know a last name, if you don't know the never met the parents, if you don't, you know, all of this, then we're all rapists. So why not? Is that what his point is? To say that we're all is this like the first point like established? You know, we all rapists. So who are you to call me a rapist? Is this the argument he's making?
All for one and one for all. It seems like I just don't see how you could reconcile that.
You know,
I don't see how you could come up with that.
Exactly. What is, you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
shit, right. Her daddy was never around and she don't even know the man. Now I'm just destined to be a fucking villain in the community because this man didn't want to be a father. Like, what kind of shit is
that? Femi, you want to chime in?
Hey, that quote that you read, not facts. I was quoting that guy Zion. Yeah, people who speak enigmatically tend to be deep thinkers. These are pimp lines.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
An enigma is a mystery. So people who speak mysteriously tend to be deep thinkers. People who have something to say. People who are surface level usually have nothing to say. Now, people who speak enigmatically are usually hustlers. The people who are plain spoken, direct, those are the ones that you can usually count on to be, you know, to be people who are being honest with you and whatnot. But this is a lot of pimp talk going on. Usually when people think about pimp talk, they think about stuff that's like disrespectful, stuff that beats a woman down and whatnot verbally. But it's not always like that. Pimp talk is also a lot of times trying to gas people up, gas a woman up, blow her head up and whatnot about her value and how much she means to him and so on and so forth. That's a part of pimp talk. And that's what this stuff is. Like, there's a few of these guys that, you know, started out this way, talking about the black woman is God and all this type of stuff. And then a little while later, when things ain't going so good for them no more and whatnot, people ain't doing what they wanted to do, then it becomes that the black woman is a bitch and this and that. Like we saw that from what's that younger dude's name, Pharaoh. He used to talk like this in the beginning, and few of his latter videos that we saw the past couple of years, it was just all kind of cuss words that he had.
All downhill.
Yeah.
This
is, you know, and if people think that this is a stretch, remember there's a few of these folks that ended up doing like adult work. Some of these folks in the conscious community or whatever, or YouTube, whatever. Tommy Sotomayor is one of them. He's never like a conscious community guy, but he's a YouTube guy. But Pharaoh put out some video on OnlyFans. I don't know if it was more than once, but he did that too, screwing women or whatever for money. Nature Boy was putting out videos with him and his wives having sex and whatnot. It's been a few cases of this type of stuff.
Man. Jesus. Yeah, it's horrible, man. All right, let's roll it. I agree, my brother. I agree. It sounds like it to me. It sounds like it to me, you know. Let's see.
And if they are discovered, if she was raped, there's only one person hiding, that's the man. But the Bible says, and if they are discovered, that means they both are keeping something a secret, which means the Bible is saying the woman was implicit in the action. But the Bible.
What you think about that?
This guy, to me, is just totally blurring the lines of what is rape and what is consensual sex, because it's to the benefit of a rapist to blur those lines inside of their victims' minds. It's pretty simple to know what's rape and what's not. So all this stuff about if you had sex and he didn't even know your middle name, your last name, your mother's name and whatnot, then it was rape. It sounds nice, but he's just blurring the lines.
Right. And the next question would be, if what he says is true, well, then can a rapist love his victim? I love you, baby. I raped you because I love you. It was because I love you. I mean, let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. This is just like, I'm just saying, it's like, come on.
Bible says, and if they are discovered, if she was raped, there's only one person hiding, that's the man. But the Bible says, and if they are discovered, that means they both are keeping something a secret, which means the Bible is saying the woman was implicit in the action. But the Bible is using the language of rape, because what the Bible is saying, if you're laying with a woman while she's in the household of her parents and you haven't presented to her parents that you have interest in her, then it is if you have raped the woman. That's why the language is if a man grasp her and hold her. The Bible's not promoting the idea that a man can rape a woman. If that's the case, you got to wipe it with your ass, because that's what it could only be useful for. But hold on, let me finish. The bottom line is, if you understand the vernacular in its proper context, what the Bible is clearly saying is that sex within a proper perspective is something that will be biblically co-signed.
Man,
but sex outside of that context is
stupid as fuck.
Yeah, go ahead, David. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, wishful thinking. I was wishing this woman would just slap the shit out of him for saying that. Like, who in the world says this?
Yes.
Like,
it is very interesting.
Say this shit. If they are discovered, which means it has to be more than one, because they is a plural noun. It denotes more than one. You know what it means. You know what it means. If this man comes and molests this child and he has been found, he is a they, that person has been found, he's got to be punished for it.
It's crazy.
Like I said, this is clearly a grooming session. He's over here trying to use his little word salads. Just like, this is nasty work. Nasty work.
Yeah, because you got to ask it again. We asked the question: if you're sitting around, if you're in a mechanic class and you're talking about carburetors, it's because you want to learn how to fix a fucking carburetor and put it back. But if you're in this room talking about rape, is it permitted in the Bible? Is it not permitted? Is the victim complicit or not? What could the point be? What other point is
molested literally hours later?
But David, let me ask you, how do you know it's hours later, brother?
Timeline, chronology, timeline. I look at this interview. This is a moment where we got Zion Lexx, the mother of the victim, some other lady and Polight in the room, right? So this is at least at a point in time when the mother and Polight aren't really quarreling, or at least this assault hasn't occurred, because from the mother's testimony and Polight's testimony, or his words, when that whole ordeal happened, they broke up. That was that was it. So if they're here together, I have to assume that molestation occurred shortly after.
Hey, Texas Bama.
And on top of that, didn't it happen when they was all in Miami, right? Remember, Neta was like, "Oh, I had to jet back because something happened, so I had to leave and go." Right?
I mean, it's a good question.
According to their videos that they posted, I'm just sourcing and just recalling from the videos that they've posted.
I know one thing for sure. This is before the incident, and it cannot be more than 2 months, roughly. I don't know if it's 1 day, 2 weeks.
I say days.
2 days.
I say a couple days. I say if this isn't a Friday, like let's say this thing happened on a Friday. They sitting down, having this conversation on a Friday. Then it happened on the next day, Saturday. Saturday's a party day. Remember? He allegedly brought her to a hotel party or some shit.
Right, but my thought is true. My thought was that this was actually LA. But no worries, because the bottom line is if we don't concrete know, the only people that can concretely answer this is if there's video evidence that proves it, where they mention where they are, or at some other point, because there's more to this video. You know, they just cut it on and said this is the full debate, but we don't know what conversation happened before. And we also but in any case, I don't find that so necessary to know. The point for me is it's before, and did they warn her? But Texas Bama said that she says it right here. What's up, Texas Bama? Also, I asked Nepal if they warned her, and she flipped out. When was this, Texas Bama? If you don't mind, let us know.
Her gas station wine.
Oh, I can almost guess Nepal was gonna flip.
That's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. I mean, the only question is,
she's the female version of Brother
Yahweh? Did she ask Yahweh to kill you and your kids? I mean, or was it just a regular flip out? Like, I'm tired.
Yeah, it wasn't real. She didn't burn her candle, so don't worry about that, Bama.
It's just a question. No need to get Yahweh on me. Damn, I'm just asking you. I ain't asked Yahweh.
Well, she be acting like the female version of Butler Reggie.
I mean, she act like she's been trained in some ministry or some shit. Like, come on now, you're not the authority. Now let me check this out. Friday or Saturday night? Was it online?
Israelite niggas be fiending for it.
Was it a live, Texas Bama? Is it a video we can go to and review? Oh, I think she knows better than that. Yeah, I know she know better, girl. I know. But Texas Bama, is it a live we can review where you did that? Where she did that? Where she flipped out? That would always be great to see. Another flip out. Another just to catalog it. But Femi, yo, what's up? What you want to say?
That asking her if she warned her of the
if the answer is not a simple yes, then then you know it's no.
Because that's a question that has to do once again with accountability and those kind of folks. Just like you saw in that, I don't know if it's pronounced Q butter or K butter, but just like we saw in that video where Senator was on, and you had all them other people, and they were all like trying their best to get dude to just have some level of accountability, and he was not having it whatsoever. He was like, everybody, if I'm accountable, everybody accountable.
Because you can't hold a brother accountable for what another one does, but in a conspiracy you can. In a conspiracy you can, though.
He kept on going back to that, like they were telling him to be accountable for Polight's actual actions of molesting the kid, but they were simply asking him to be to hold yourself accountable for empowering this dude, basically for just the role that you played. They kept on talking about, presenting him out to people, and he was like, well, the people wanted him. People wanted him. So
the key. Oh, right. But the thing is that, I mean, another video that is useful for people to check out is let's pop over there, because this sister asked, I'm gonna go back to the video, but this sister Akeisha Al-Shabazz, right? She scolded Sarnetta, essentially. She scolded Sarnetta. Wait a second. Let me go back. Sorry about that. Let me see here. She scolded essentially Sarnetta and Al-Shabazz, and she talked about that. Look, here's her own words. I mean, her own words about it. And as I mentioned earlier, Garfield also reviewed this video like 2 days after I reviewed it. I actually tagged him, so I thought I thought it was funny how he actually covered the video, but he didn't play the part where she was talking about Sarnetta and them. Now let's check this out. Let's see here. Can everybody see this? Yeah. Let me change the setup here real quick for folks to also. What we're talking about is the culture of what's the term? What's the phraseology? The culture of what? Complacency, right? Or turning a blind eye, something like that. Let's go.
Let me put this disclaimer out. Shiny. Oh, hey Herbert Scott, how are you? Many people didn't make it. Shout out to the Star Report. Shout out to the Star Report. I was on YouTube because my brother had sent me something else to check on the Star Report, and then it popped up. He was talking about Polight, and then my name popped up. So shout out to Shouting out because I've been on his ass. Yes, I've been on his ass for a minute now. And you know what? Justice comes in a lot of different forms. And so we're gonna go through this, unfortunately, because I want to go through the plea with you so that you understand. A lot of people are, well, he's not going to be a registered sex offender. Florida is built different. They don't need
David, yo, just to stop you. No, she actually has been doing some other work. It may not be a case, but that's not all the work. She's handled she's gotten some money back for some of the victims actually. But this is not necessarily I know people want more, but let's just see where it goes. I doubt very seriously that all this information is collected for no reason, but she has done some work, and I would caution people, like, let's be critical. Let's ask her what she has done, or ask, and obviously whatever you're working on, an attorney can't just divulge that all to the public. Otherwise you just, hey y'all, I'm investigating Neter, and I just want everybody to know we coming after Polight now. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's going to be something coming, that's what I would say. But yeah, just people have mentioned that before, but I don't have that view myself. I think the sister is up to something solid.
Need you to register as a sex offender to be on your ass. They got other ways. And if you listen to that plea and you were really paying attention, you heard some other ways, and I was like, oh shit.
But she's about to talk about Neter first.
Explain that shit to him, because he's a dumb motherfucker. Let me just say that, because I'm so tired of people ascribing some sort of accolades of intellectual prowess. This motherfucker is good at repeating shit. That's it. That's all. You got a degree in quotology. That's it. You're not smart. You don't have an original thought in your fucking head. Not one. And what Star was talking about before we get into the actual plea and shit, because I saw some of the bullshit that Neter was saying, and I gotta speak to this because I was on that platform. And
you're talking about Neter now. Check her words out carefully.
And what Star was talking about before we get into the actual plea and shit, because I saw some of the bullshit that Neter was saying, and I gotta speak to this because I was on that platform, right? I gotta speak to this.
Now, this is a point. The point she's about to make is exactly the point that the echo chamber from the House of Consciousness is trying to prevent people from hearing. And here it is.
Star was talking about the culture of acceptance. I did videos on Polight years ago with receipts. I have had separate conversations with Neter behind the scenes, not in the YouTube universe. Telephone, pick up the phone. Before been on his platform, after having been on his platform. This is what is happening, my brother. This is what is happening. This is not just an isolated incident. This is not just one person saying this man has deceived them. This is a pattern of conduct in the community. He has left people broken. I have been on the phone with people who have given their last. Now, I'm not going to do no victim blaming because there's a whole incident. This is not just one conversations with Neter. Videos on Polight years ago. Speak to this because I was on that platform, right? I got to speak to this. Star was talking about the culture of acceptance.
The culture of acceptance is what she's about to speak on. The culture of acceptance. And she had conversations with Neter about the culture of acceptance years ago. So let's listen.
The culture of acceptance. I did videos on Polight years ago with receipts. I have had separate conversations with Neter behind the scenes, not in the YouTube universe. Telephone, pick up the phone. Before been on his platform, after having been on his platform. This is
now in the English language that I learned, conversations is plural. And in this context, to me in English, it sounds like conversations before and conversations after. So to me, it don't sound like she's talking about 2 or 3 or 4, but
what is happening, my brother. You had separate conversations with Sonetta. Behind the scenes, not in the YouTube universe. Telephone, pick up the phone. Before been on his platform, after having been on his platform.
And here's the context of those conversations.
This is what is happening, my brother. This is what is happening. This is not just an isolated incident. This is not just one person saying this man has deceived them. This is a pattern of conduct in the community. He has left people broken.
That's the context of the conversation. You see? Yeah. And so people talking about this culture now, she was talking about the culture back then. And what happened?
I have been on the phone with people who have given their last. Now, I'm not going to do no victim blaming because there's a whole lot of motherfuckers that do that. Oh, you shouldn't invest. It's not your last. People, we are traumatized people, right? Some of us don't have the discretion or the discernment, right? To say, I shouldn't give my last to him. Instead, they trust. And the culture of acceptance is when someone pulls this motherfucker to the mat and you turn your fucking head. You turn a blind eye and a deaf ear and you put them back on your platform and you give them validation.
She's talking to Sonetta and HOK right there. She's talking about that happening before. This is the second time around. This conversation already happened before.
You give him validation, right?
It was explained to him in detail what doing that would do when you bring him back on the platform.
And so that other people then think it's okay to trust this motherfucker. See,
that's the conversation that happened 4 years ago. You see?
This is why it's all of y'all's motherfucking fault.
There it is. You see? So they need to have that grown man and grown woman conversation at House of Consciousness and stop trying to act like it's like, oh, everybody today is responsible. Dude, this was happening. Folks were saying you're responsible back then for continuing to let them on, continuing to have your videos on there. You're allowing people to trust a scammer and a person that was said to be a rapist, a pedophile, a molester. That culture of acceptance was back then, dude. Yo, anyway, let me address some of these comments. Andrea, you want to say something? Sorry, sister. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good. We doing
no, good. I was writing some stuff down. So he said that they were required to get the permission. Were they supposed to get permission from both parents, from the father only, from the mother?
Yeah, you're talking about the Bible. Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that one. Let's see here. He just said that. It's true.
Probably just the father.
Let's pull it back up. They
okay, so if it is just the father, then what they did, what he did to that girl is true then, because he didn't get permission, right? He didn't get permission. Even though he doesn't follow it. Even though he doesn't follow the Bible, but he didn't get permission from the father to do all that, did he? No.
Oh, let me just make one statement here. Sorry, because I see the chat is rolling. Yo, this comment, she got people who could have reported Polight for fraud to sign contracts for him for Polight to pay them back then. He defrauded on the what? Defrauded on the promise? Or what is that? PMTS? What is PMTS? Defrauded payments. Oh, okay. Freeing him from being charged for what? No. This I'm gonna tell you right now. This is not what it is, brother. This is not what makes sense. You can't do that. She's not an officer of the law. So what are you talking about? Only an officer of the law can free a person from something like that, from a crime, from fraud. What is this? It's not fraud. She got people who could have reported Polight for fraud, signing contracts with him for Polight to pay them back. That's civil. That is civil. You're talking about civil. Civil is not criminal. Fraud is both criminal and civil. So you might be talking about the civil part of it, but I could tell you, that might not be the worst of the worries. So I just wanted to address that, because sometimes the comments, people can believe what they read, but it's important to be critical about this stuff. But I hear you, National Holiday. If that's the case, that's unfortunate if you're talking about civil aspects. Andrea, well, go ahead. Here we go. You want me to play that video, play that part back? All that rant he just made? I mean,
yeah, I mean, because I'm just curious, because I mean, if that be the case, then I mean, he's guilty as all get out. Even if the mother was complicit, he didn't have permission. He didn't have the right permission.
I mean, it sounded to me like that's what he said. Let's hear it.
The Bible is saying, if you're laying with a woman while she's in the household of her parents, and you haven't presented to her parents that you have interest in her, then it is if you have raped a woman. That's why the language is, if a man grasp her and hold her. The Bible's not promoting the idea that a man could rape a woman. If that's the case, you got to wipe it with your ass, because that's what it could only be useful for. But hold on, let me finish. The bottom line is, if you understand the vernacular in its proper context, what the Bible is clearly saying is that sex within a proper perspective is something that will be biblically co-signed, but sex outside of that context is something that will always be condemned. So if a woman is living in her parents' home, remember all of this new age jargon, I'm independent, I'm on my own, people go out to college and they get their own house, so I don't got to live by your rules, mama, no more. That's not the ancient way. In African culture and African societies, the moment that you get married is the moment that you lose that protective covering, where you become your own covering, as it were. But until that moment occurs, you still are responsible for your parents. Your parents are still responsible for you. So that means in our culture, if you're having sex without the cosign of your parents, the man is considered as if he raped you. That's the thing that people are not paying attention to.
All right, was that it, Andrea?
Yeah. Okay. So I thought this was all about the father. You had to get, everything back then from where he was reading. It says that if she did something in her father's house, it didn't say both parents, because the mother, women weren't given that kind of authority, as it were. So what is he saying? Because did he pay her dad 50 shekels? Did he do that? I'm just inquiring minds want to know, because he's not following protocol. That is not what the scripture said. The scriptures don't say parents. It said if she does something in her father's house, if she does something wrong, she stands in the door of her father's house and gets stoned. It doesn't say nothing about her mama. It doesn't say nothing. Guys they just want to read it how they want. They want to talk about it how they want it to sound good, because then they can put the onus on the mom and say, see, you didn't do it. You weren't there. You didn't protect her. You didn't do it. You let her go. You do it. That's their easy out, right? Easy out.
Yes.
They want to make that little girl complicit. Did she cry out? Were y'all able to hear her cry out and nobody came to her rescue? Did y'all do that? No.
Exactly.
It's bullshit.
I agree with you. Now let me see something here. I see National Holiday is he's finding error and fault in Sister Akia Shabazz, and then he is saying, no, he committed wire fraud, taking someone's money and not doing what you said isn't securities fraud. It's wire fraud for each transaction. Brother, you're putting words in my mouth. Or Sister National Holiday. I didn't say wire fraud. That's you saying that. What I'm saying is this type of fraud, number one, a charge is not going to be one particular charge. It's going to be 3 or 4 charges around wire fraud if it's criminal. Maybe 5. It depends exactly on how the fraud played out. The details, brother, the details. I'm not talking about the details. Fraud is still fraud, though, however, generally speaking. It can be civil, or it can be a person can hold you accountable for it civilly. But it depends on exactly what you mean. For example, you promise a service. You don't pay for the service, right? You don't follow through with the service. You go to civil court first, right? It depends, but you would go to civil court. Now, the criminal aspects of it, that's different. She is not a representative of the court or the state. She's an attorney. What she was talking about is civil when she said she got some of the money back. She's not speaking for the criminal justice system. So those are two different things. That's what I mean. And when you're speaking of her, I presume you're speaking of civil matters because she's not, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. And it's criminal, not civil. Let me see something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's criminal, not civil. What she did was make it a civil matter by getting his. No, you're mistaken. You're mistaken. National holiday. No one in the civil world can make something a civil matter or take something out of the criminal realm. You can't. That's not possible. There. That's what I'm saying. Your error is. So, and I'm just saying that, and I'm not saying it's hard to know that either. So I would think you might want to check up on that because you might be assuming a bit too much. Yeah, it sounds to me like you would have to know a whole lot more to come to this conclusion you're making. And I'm just saying, who would know a whole lot more about what's been going on with these people, how they committed it, the ins and outs, the details of it. I mean, are you involved in it? So yeah. I'm not involved. So Andrea, yeah.
No, I was going to say, even if you watch some of those, you watch some of those shows, those judge shows on TV and stuff like that. Sometimes they will tell the person who comes in there who wants to file a criminal complaint. They'll say, this is not criminal. You need to take that to civil court. So everything what you're saying is exactly right. Everything is not considered criminal, so he needs whoever that is needs to make sure they got those two to get, like when they tried OJ, he got charged, they tried him criminally, didn't get anything. So they went after him civilly, it's two different courts that don't even have the same rules don't apply from criminal to civil. The rules don't apply.
Exactly. Now, and not to get too far off top. Well, this is all top. It's all good because we're talking about what these folks have been doing. So in any case, now in some cases, a lot of times a civil case can spark a criminal case after certain information that comes out in the civil case. Now, maybe that's what you're speaking about. And but again, I'm just telling you, I don't know the victims. I don't know what this woman has done in particular as far as her attorney work with these victims. So I can't speak on that. Apparently you are willing to speak on that, the details, because if not, I mean, I just don't, I wouldn't know. I don't see her at fault, but if you do in some way, okay. Also hop up on the panel, explain it. Maybe it's not, sometimes the chat is hard to explain two things, you can also hop up if you want to come in on the conversation there. But I saw your comment, so it's interesting enough. Let me see. Securities fraud, but as a contract agreement, it's civil. Yeah, I mean, I don't, and plus the law is very complex at these points. The civil law and criminal law is so detailed at these points. I doubt they defunct each other in nature. So
can a civil issue, civil case or whatever, can that violate his probation?
Can a civil case violate his probation? Criminal, civil. That's a good question, but I doubt it because I mean you can rectify a civil case. A civil case is not criminal. It's not. Now maybe in his plea, there's something in his plea that might touch on that. But I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge, so. But I would. I mean, hey, it's a good question, brother. Let's ask that question some more. Again, listen. Hold on. What is this? You're making excuses. No, I'm not, because I'm not claiming that she did anything. You're claiming that she did something, and yet do you have evidence of what you're claiming? I mean, that would be the next question I would ask. Where's the evidence of what you're claiming that she did something?
I mean, you know, that person should take it up with the lady that he's talking about. You really should go and ask her
What
about
is this?
why
If
this
he
and why
would
that.
have got charged for all that wire fraud, he wouldn't. See, again, this is some. I'm sorry, bro, but I think, or sister, national holiday. I think you have a misunderstanding about what's going on, what's been going on, and yeah, and you know, anyway. So yeah,
I mean, go and ask that sister that directly.
I think this is just, in my view, this is just this kind of like blame people who have spoken out. Yeah, to me, that's what it sounds like. She spoke out clearly. She spoke out years ago. She spoke out before the girl was molested and assaulted. She did. She collected information. She got some of the victims' money back. She talked about why she couldn't get some of it back, or But again, it sounds like you're blaming someone who did a lot more than most people when they became aware of something. So especially more than yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think anybody here is going to be able to answer that question better than her.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
True. I think she spoke powerfully, and I think she got her point across. And I think the HOK is kind of like dodging her comments about HOK and Neter, But in any case, let's move on to this. Let's stay. But thank you, National Holiday, for
So it's easy to open the Bible and say, "Oh, he laid hold of her, he grabbed her." That's what it's saying. But it just shows the ignorance of people looking into a text that they have no clue of. Because if you understood the cultural context, which anytime you're reading into a people's culture and a people's history, you have to consider what's called cultural context. So the cultural context of the statement is that sex while you're under your parents' roof is something that we do not play in African society. As we all know.
What does the word grab means in Hebrew?
So I'm glad he pointed that out, because what he's doing is emphasizing my point. So the Bible says,
"Hey, Sonetta, pass me the ball. Throw me an alley-oop so I can slam dunk this one, because we done heard this go a conversation through GMS on your platform, and we done talked about this for years. So thank you, Sa."
Kazak. So the man will kazak the woman, which means to physically overpower her. Kazak is the Hebrew word for strength. But here's my point, and this is the key word most people don't pay attention to because common sense is not so common. The Bible says, key phrase, "and they are discovered." If a man lays hold with a woman and grasp her and lies with her, and they are discovered, then he shall pay 50 shekels. Why does it say "and they are discovered"? The only person that's guilty if it's rape is the man. It says they are discovered because the Bible is intimating that the woman was implicit in the act.
I'm gonna stop right there, Andrea. Gelly, we see you, girl. We good. Go, Andrea.
No, this guy, he's ridiculous. For some reason, again, trying to justify this deviant sexual behavior is why they keep coming and making all these comments like that. How do you get away if you grab somebody, you lay hold and you grab somebody? What is that? Because she didn't scream? What is it? Because she didn't scream? Is that the reason why, she was complicit because she didn't scream? They're assuming that the woman who was espoused to somebody screamed. How do they know that? She was supposed to be out in the field. How do they know she screamed? It's just all this conjecture to justify all this bad behavior. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And you know what? I think we got our answer. The question was, did Neter or Zion Lexx warn the mother of the child Polight sexually assaulted? Well, according to this stuff Zion Lexx been saying, we know the answer is no. Because if the person is complicit, no rape took place anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you warn her? It wasn't rape.
Yeah. Because now they're saying the little girl, she's complicit. That's what it's coming down to, right?
That's what it sounds like to me, And I hope people pay closer attention to this, because again, this conversation on the House of Consciousness, is rape permitted in the Bible? And is the victim complicit? And how old do they have to be? And all the details. They've had this conversation a million times. And this conversation right here is happening with the victim's mother, the one that Polight just went to jail for prison for, where they deemed him, you know, or he's going to have to go through what is it? An evaluation to determine if he's mentally, you know, if he's suffering from some sort of mental thing that's connected to his acts, you know, his deviancy or whatever, you know, they're in the room with the victim's mother talking about these having these conversations.
Yeah.
Having these conversations. Yo, Tar, what's up, bro? You good? Are you there? Tar, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? What's good, bro? How you doing?
Peace.
Yeah, peace, bro. Peace to you, man.
Yeah, I had something I wanted to add on to the whenever you get a chance.
Go for it. Go for it, bro. Go for it. Let's see what you got. Go ahead.
Okay. I still.
Oh, you wanted to add on right now? You talking about based on what you heard already, or what?
Oh, I'm talking about something to add on with IKEA, because I not too long came in and jumped on the and was listening, but it's something she said that I wanted y'all to see that was way I don't know exactly is what you played earlier from IKEA, but I wanted y'all to see this real quick. Hold on.
Okay, sure, brother.
This is going to add on to the IKEA conversation.
Okay, we go back. It's connected. It's all connected. We talking about Polight. So let me know.
Hold on.
Which
I'm gonna share this real.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
All right, let me push. I'm gonna just share my screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all see that?
He hadn't pulled it up.
There you go. It's up now. I can see it.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if it's still up on her page, but this is from my page. I did this some years ago when she was going at Polight about the scam, and they're like, listen, because you see what it said, if you have been scammed, do this. And she had the little government thing that people could go and apply to let the government know that they were scammed. So I'm from the place so y'all can hear her talk.
Till now, I'm speaking to you, hip hop inquirer. You on the list. Until this man is in jail, there are some relationships that will never be reforged, and it's because these are the people that are supporting him. The sonnetters and the hip hop inquirers and the people that are supporting him and giving him a platform to reach our people so that they can continue to steal from us. So guess what? I'm not fucking with you, son. That's all I gotta say. Dennis Byron, I'm not fucking with you. I'm just not. I'm not liking how you moving. I'm not. You need to check yourself. Check yourself, because I'm getting documents, and bruh, your name is on a lot of them. Like, for payments that Polight got money from other people, he sent that shit to you. I don't give a fuck if he owed you 2 arms and a motherfucking leg. Okay? You should not have accepted any money, because this is why people need to understand that when you accept money from somebody knowing that is the proceeds of a crime, you are what we call a co-conspirator. Co-conspirator. Ain't no, wait a minute, this ain't no new shit. I told you this shit before. And I'm going to tell you again, and anybody else that's listening, Sonetta, okay? You a co-conspirator. That's how I feel about it. That's how I see it. That's my opinion. And guess what? I get to fucking have it. I get to have it. No, you can't do shit about my opinion. I get to have that. The law allows me to have that. And it's not actionable. You can't sue me for my opinion. Now, anyway, anybody that's giving that dude, that guy, I'm not even going to say brother or king, that guy, a platform to wiggle and worm his way into the hearts and minds of our people, I don't have no love for you. I don't. I really don't. because people trust. We are. Oh my God, we are in such a state right now. Our people. We are, and it's not. And I want to say I'm gonna focus on us, but just in general, the state of the world. But our people right now are so desperate. They are so. My heart breaks. My heart breaks every time I get an email. Every time I get a story about somebody who gave this man their last. And they're giving their last, which is something you never do to invest. Well, we're going to talk about that in a second. But they're giving him their last in the hopes that what he has said to them, that I'm going to give you 1,000% back, 200% back, or whatever lies that sound too good to be true because they are.
Because he's a Negro. Because he's bringing people to. So I just wanted to throw that part in there, you know, of IKEA, just to add to the conversation. So yeah.
My fault, Tar. I missed part of it. So the beginning, just contextualize it for everybody.
She was just talking to somebody from the Hip Hop Inquirer. I don't know if that's some kind of magazine or whatever with hip hop, but she was saying that she was getting emails and she seen actual transactions with Polight sending that particular person money because he was in her comments back then trying to, you know, come at her on some other stuff, and he wasn't aware that she had seen transactions from some of these people with his name on it. You see what I'm saying? So what people got to understand during this time, she was receiving so many emails and inquiries that she couldn't keep up with it. So she see what I'm saying? She was like, she put that, if you look at the beginning of the thing, she had this little .gov joint you can go to apply to let them know you got scammed on, you know, online.
Yes.
And then, I mean, she tried to do some at her own, but it was too much. And I remember she had the kid that came on there. She did an interview that Polight got for like 70 grand. Even Sarnetta mentioned that on his joint when he was going at Polight. He was like, yeah, you know, he was talking about, I'm gonna probably interview the kid. So Sarnetta knows about this because they both was receiving these people contacting them around the same time, when they thought that Sarnetta gave a damn. You see what I'm saying? But he didn't. So yeah, I don't know. You probably can look him up, Hip Hop Magazine, whatever they is. But she was going at him pretty hard because he kept coming under her live chat, just talking stuff. So she just brought him out and said what she had to say. That's why she said, I'm not messing with you. So that particular person, she definitely seen that. So same thing she said, they complicit. Sarnetta is on, I think you and Shaka played a live yesterday with where Sarnetta actually took money from Polight and then showed it in the camera when he was in California. So he said it a couple of times that every time he seen Polight, he gave him a couple of dollars. You know, this man didn't work no regular job. He knew where the money came from. Everybody knows that. So that's just all I wanted to add on.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I agree, brother. And you know, I just deleted. I'm sorry to say this, you know, but this individual is really making comments that I definitely cannot do, because see, no, we're not here to first things first, we definitely not going to victim blame, and people that stand up and did make an effort to do things and publicly spoke out, right, consistently, right, we're not going to just like openly make claims about them, you know, what we believe their intentions are. And I could see this national whatever this individual, I don't know who it was, but they're making claims about knowing her intent, questioning her intent. And for me, my standard is like, I've heard enough about and seen enough about the sister to be able to say that if you want to know her intent, you really got to go much deeper and ask her. I don't see her intent as being flawed at all. I see it as she explained herself. She said, I'm overwhelmed. I'm getting more mails about Polight. Oh, you know, and I've seen that video you showed before, Tar, sorry. And a few of them back some time ago, you know, when she was making them. And, you know, first of all, what people need to understand is one person, obviously, if you're getting scammed, or the type of, it appears that the type of scamming that people are discussing, the alleged scamming, is so prolific. Obviously, you know, you're going to be pressed to find a lawyer to represent you, a civil lawyer. You're going to be hard pressed because civil attorneys take money. And if this is not a class action suit, then you're going to be paying a little bit for that work. And you can get representation if you pay. But she was doing a lot, as I've heard, from what I heard, she was doing a lot of it pro bono.
That's right. That's right. She said that. She said that.
Exactly. From what, and now again, civil cases are not criminal cases. And these are two different things. Now, the criminality, the alleged criminality of what's going on, that's a different topic. They may cross over into getting some of that civil information over and using it in the criminal realm, but there's other things that the civil realm cannot use. So, you know, in the first place. So again, I don't understand that individual's comments. So, and I'm not going to have any outright, you know, I'm not going to have people just making claims that they're not coming through with, showing and proving, you know. Now, the stuff that we're talking about when we talk about Neter and House of Consciousness, we're showing and proving. And then if a person wants to make their own opinion known, then that's also fine too. But let's be very clear. The subject matter is Polight and the individuals that gave Neter House of Consciousness, that has given people a platform, rapist, a platform. I mean, we're talking about basic standards. Can a rapist go work at a school and teach?
No.
A convicted rapist? Anybody?
No.
You know what I mean?
But what if the people want it though?
Right, that's the excuse. But what if the people want it? What if the people want it? You know, and I'm sorry. Normally, what happens in a professional environment or even a healthy environment is that when there's even an allegation, there is someone put forth to investigate it and to find and to make sure that that the people are safe, that from criminality and you know, and fraud, you know, all of these things, you got to take them seriously. So in this case, once you hear that somebody is committing fraud, you know, if you really love your own platform, then you may want to put the person on timeout quietly, even if that's your choice. Quietly, you don't have to go out and tell the public, hey, this person's a fraud, but you could say, hey, for different reasons, something has come to our attention. We can't speak on it right now, but this individual is taking a timeout on our platform until further notice, until we come to a conclusion about the matters that have been raised to us. The matters are serious, but again, we can't confirm any of them. So that's it. That's what you do, you know, and my opinion is that I didn't see that really done at instead what I saw at a House of Consciousness was something different. I saw this is what I saw.
I'm saying this to y'all for the last time, and I'm going to leave it where it stands. Whether Polight is guilty or even if he is found innocent, I'm through with him. I'm done with him. Polight will no longer be on my platform.
That was some months ago. That was like 5 months ago, something like that. And then 2 days ago, we saw this.
First question. From this point forward, will we be playing any more Polight videos showcasing his debate skills? That's number one.
Let me answer the first one.
Go ahead.
Of course not. And as soon as I get off here, I'm taking down every Polight video that's on my channel, brother. So of course not. Every Polight video that's on my channel is coming down as of today. So hell no, we won't be playing no Polight videos. Go ahead, continue.
You need to make it clear though that some of those videos have other people on there, so it's up to Netter's discretion. So don't go looking at his channel talking about why is this not down. It's up to his discretion and how he keeps his channel, intact.
Yeah.
So.
All right, yeah, brother. What's the next question?
Thank you, Saab Nether. See, this type of energy we were looking for early on. I'm glad you on that shit now. That's what's up.
Yeah, I can only do it when I get the full details of it. I don't jump out the window like everybody else. I just wait and be patient. Because if you was going through it, you would want the same respect for people to wait for the outcome. See, we do that because we're not the ones involved. But if the shoe was turned on the other foot and something like that happened to us, even though you was innocent, brother, you still will want people to wait until we get the results out for real. So that's what I did. I'm waiting for your next question.
Well, we're going to disagree on that. That's all good. We not even going to get into that. No problem. Yeah. Second question. Second question is seeing the impact from that girl's mother today.
And hold up, I'm good. I see where you're leading into. Before you do that, I want to also say this. Even though, brother, that I'm, like I said, I will be taking all the videos down, that's not going to stop nothing. The people don't care about that. They already got their mindset. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is damn if you do, damn if you don't, Sarnetta, with these people. You can never please these niggas.
Exactly. Thank you.
What you got?
See, you say that a lot, but the thing is, the people that matter will see your integrity.
Go ahead.
The people that don't matter. It's about integrity, though.
I got you.
So anyway, second question.
You were talking about the girl, the woman, the mother.
Seeing the impactful statement of the mother today, would you today, in comparison to how you felt a couple months ago, would you do a polite interview today?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, exactly. You see, so once again, flip-flopping, and that's not good enough. That doesn't do it. You see what I mean? And all that does is leave you in the exact same place that you found yourself in when you have this kind of flip-flopping. This is not clear leadership. This is not decisive resolve. It's just like, come on, anyway, anybody want to comment on that? Who else want to say something?
I have a question. Okay, so 1 minute he's talking about being comedic, and then the next minute he's reading out of the Bible. Okay, so which one are we supposed to? Which one are we supposed to be listening to? Is it what the biblical narrative says, or are we supposed to be going by comedic stuff? Is he just muddying the waters so it can sound good from both sides? I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm definitely confused. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if we wear burqas. They don't care what we wear. It's just to get what you have. I don't think it matters. But he's just going back and forth, and like I said, saying one thing about being comedic and going back on the other side. I'm just, again, acquiring minds want to know, which one are we supposed to be? Which one are we supposed to be following? Is it, what he said about being a Kemet, being in Kemet? Are we supposed to be following what the Hebrews say? I'm confused because the Hebrews say you can rape them when they turn, as soon as they have their flower. That could be as early as the age 8. Which one are we supposed to be doing? I'm sorry. Somebody help me. I'm confused. I'm really confused.
Yeah, it sounds like that there's a goal here. There's definitely, you don't do that much talking if there's not something you want. What is it?
Exactly. Confusion is the point. He speaks so enigmatically, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Let's go on. She wanted to have sex. This is not a situation of real rape, but the Bible considers it rape. They're discovered because the Bible is intimating that the woman was implicit in the act. She wanted to have sex. This is not a situation of real rape, but the Bible considers it rape because you're having sex under your parents' household and you're not doing things the African way. The African way is that if you love me so much, you could tell my parents that you love me. If you love me so much, think about this. Most of us in this room right now is between ages 20s and our 30s. How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speaking truth right now.
In America, if I grabbed a woman, right, aggressively, and I had got discovered having sex with her, right, I would have to pay a debt to society in the form of incarceration, right? Is that a metaphor for 50 shekels in the past? So I'm just saying, is there another way to look at it? Or are there some other verses there that are stipulating the things that Brother Zion is saying? Or can we just say there's probably two ways to look at it? That's all I want to know. Because if I get discovered grabbing some fucking woman and having sex with her, if I aggressively grab her, because we can say the woman is implicit in the act, right? But I don't know where it says that at.
Okay. Yeah, we could say the woman is complicit in the act, but I don't know where it says that. So, in other words, we got the answer, right? Nobody warned her. Well, we know Polight didn't do any warning. This is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible. I mean, did Sonetta? He didn't chime in on it, did he? Did he warn? I guess. So now it's down to we already figured out that Zion Lexx did not warn because in his view, it's possible that the victim is complicit. So if the victim's complicit, would there be any rape going on anyway to warn somebody from? You don't warn someone from something they're complicit in, do you? I mean, I don't know. Not of this nature.
Did Zion pull out his handkerchief after that last sermon? Because he sounds so much like that pork chop preacher.
I mean, I'm just like, I'm like at a loss, you know. All right, so dare we hear more? Do we need to hear more of this?
Did he pass the tithe bucket? That's
Did he pass the tithe bucket?
The tithe, yeah.
Yeah, the tithes. I mean, yeah.
Did he take an offering?
It's all right if you ain't got no cash money under. We got an ATM machine.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, as a matter of fact, you just reminded me of something. For those of you that don't know what that little box is at the top of the screen, that's my what is it called? That's my coin. That's my Coinbase app, right? So if you use Coinbase app, you can trade crypto, you can send crypto, because I don't use Cash App. So that's what I use. Coinbase is international, since they be passing around a Tide box, but you know, or whatever that is, Tide hat, you know. Yeah, for those of you that use crypto, you can catch me there on Coinbase. But all right, so back to this. I mean, I'm sorry, but in my view, it's my view again, and I'm saying that because it's important for people to know. I'm not saying I know this for sure, but in my view, I mean, all I can say is that from what I hear, people, the new echo chamber from HOK, I'm presuming, is out there saying you can't blame another man for what another man did. To me, it's because it looks like a lot of men are in on something together. Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, so it looks like some projection, you know. And by the way, there is such a thing called conspiracy, and different types of criminal cases, you know. There is such a thing, and you know, I just, with this one thing right here, I just really, this could be the most dastardly part. You know, if there is some conspiracy with trafficking, that would be the most dastardly thing to find out. But it appears that there's definitely some kind of scamming conspiracy, you know, that people have heard about. Who's involved in it, how wide it goes, I have no clue. But just like Polight got his fate, met his fate, you know, I would say the same thing, because it's no need to play games with this if we're going to say anything about being or claim to be good community members out for our people's progress, having empathy for our history. If we're talking about all these things, the history of anti-Black racism, slavery in the United States or around the world, the colonial nations that participated in it, why even talk about any of this stuff, you know, and relate it to Black people if we're going to be scamming and raping each other, you know? So if we're not going to warn each other of harm, that impending harm coming your way, you know, we should be good neighbors to each other and good community members, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna pause it on that one. Anybody want to say anything else? And also, is there anything else that I missed? We can open it up now, the conversation, generally speaking. So if there's anything anybody finds newsworthy connected to this community as of late, you know, feel free to throw that up there.
Yeah, didn't somebody say that Michael Noak could have been a partial victim? He could have been a partial victim.
You know, that is exactly what this guy Tazariak said. Oh no, hold on. Let me just get this right. Excuse me. I take that back. Partial victim. Yeah, I believe that was his.
It was Tazariak.
It was Tazariak, right?
Yeah. And he also said something that implied that he had conversated with Polight, because he said the girl, who knows the girl, he could have broke up with the girl, and that was a conversation where Polight claimed he broke up with the girl 24 hours before that event happened. So that right there, I remember that. So that means Tazariak was in contact with Polight to even know that.
That's a good point. That's an excellent point right there. And that is, you know, again, you know, if you're communicating with somebody, you know, if you're transacting with somebody, if you're, you know, transactions of any type, communication, funds, you know, goods, you know, I mean, I find that really strange.
Yeah, does he mean he's a partial victim because she broke up with him? Is that the victim? I'm sorry.
Right, because he said nobody knows the situation. He, you know, he could have, you know, broke up with the girl, and so him saying that, he trying to imply that him breaking up with the girl made her mad, and that she might have set this up. That's what Tazariak. He don't realize that's was the echo chamber conversation.
Polight himself said it on that.
Yeah,
on that
exactly.
video.
That's the echo chamber.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to repeat it. They're going to repeat it. Polight wouldn't have been able. I mean, technically, I'm not even sure if it goes against his plea to say something like that on video or release that video after he's been incarcerated, because then he's already signed a plea, an agreement to not harass. But he wasn't supposed to be saying things like that about the case even before. That would have definitely been harassment. But the echo chamber did it. His associates did it. Repeated the stories that he claimed, which have none of them been proven. They're just, you know, that's what I mean by conspiracy. You see, like, because why would you go on? Who the hell goes on record to defend or put out stories about someone's rape? Why is that so important to work for, to solve for somebody else? Like, why would he even comment on it? You see what I mean? And then you find out that he talked to the dude the day before. You know, it's like, it is bizarre. It's bizarre.
It's all, you know, for Polight's from Polight's perspective or whatever. It's projection too, because imagine making an argument that the mother and her child is rubbing up their hands like Birdman scheming, trying to get money from him. That guy talking about people scheming to get money from him?
Yeah, that's what they was trying to say, as if he had businesses and his name on stuff. He ain't got nothing with his name on it. What? I don't see nothing with Polight Industries, Polight bookings, Polight, clubs. What they was gonna get. When people got money and they set them up, they usually do. It's usually deeper than that. They usually film it and set them up and all that stuff. You don't do what happens in the case with him and that teenager, and then you say, "Oh, they tried to set me up." No, it's way more elaborate than that. If that was the case, but what did he own that they was gonna get?
Them cargo miniums.
See, that too. See what I'm saying? It's just yeah. That's what I mean. It's all of them is protecting him, and again because they didn't been in this conversation with Frank so long, where they just ramble on and on. They tell them themselves, and that's what that was. He was coming from a conversation. Tazariak was coming from a private conversation with either him and Frankie talking about what Frankie and Polight talked about, or all three of them was on the phone at one point, and Polight shot that lie, and it was half truth. It might have been true that they split before that event. You see what I'm saying? And then the rest of it, I guess, Polight made it figure, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try to do this real quick because I'm finna get rid of Shorty anyway, and he might have thought that was gonna work in his favor. You see what I'm saying? That okay, if you want to stay, then this the deal or whatever. But it didn't pan out right, regardless how it went. So
yeah.
So yeah, that right there is just showing you that Tazariak definitely was on Polight's side. They flip flop.
Yeah, they communicate regularly, and yeah, and by the way, Tazariak communicates like that, but somehow, actually, these guys they said they made all their statements on video to the public. Even if they're flip-flopping statements, and for people that don't know who Tazariak, the person we're talking about, this is the person.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So, my third question, Captain Tazariak, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So
I mean, this is just a riddle in itself. This is the guy that we're talking about that talked to Polight and spread the information that the story that Polight has shared. I mean, so I'll speak on this, or anybody, please.
I'm just tripping when he said he had no recollection if he was accused of something. Like that's something you wouldn't forget, or something like that. Like I don't have no recollection. Like that's crazy, and I understand the point that he's making. If what he's saying is true, that he went to the court and he sat in, and they was like, "Well, you can't leave until y'all come up with something." And I understand that part, if that's really the case. But other than that, I have no problem with that. It's just the first part, and like he said, I don't have no recollection. You have to remind me, and I'm like, why would somebody who doesn't really know your situation have to remind you if you was accused of that? You see what I'm saying? So that's the part that always stuck me in my mind with that. I'm like, that's crazy, but they should just ask him. I mean, he seems to be so open. They just should call up there on the Cross the Line radio. They always going live every day. Somebody should just call up there and ask him, could he clarify, like, what you mean you don't have a recollection of that?
Isn't that what a news journalist does? Neter is a news journalist. He can cover that, right? Especially since he's on his panel. Oh, go ahead, Femi.
One commenter got it right there when they said that he answered the question like he was in court. That's exactly what folks do when they're on the stand, and you're asking them about stuff that's incriminating, because you can't prove whether or not in that moment they really remember it or not. So they just say that they can't recall. That's a court answer.
Yeah, he not even in court. I have no recollection of that. It's like, damn. It's like that. Your niece? You don't know if you raped her, dude? Like, that's your answer? I have no recollection. Yeah, in case anybody needs to know, from this point on, you're supposed to say, hell no! I did not rape my niece. That would just I have no recollection?
Yeah, that's kind of like saying I plead the fifth.
Jeez.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah, I can't even.
I mean, that's begging more questions. That begs an interview on this specific topic. You know what I'm saying? They should set that interview up to Neter talk about Polight. He should be setting that to Zaryak interview up right now.
Or as you say in that clip you keep playing of Dave Chappelle, you can shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I mean, in case you need another better answer, here it goes.
Could shut the fuck up.
Hell, that would help. That would help. I'm sorry, but these dudes put it all out there on me. You know what I'm saying? Tar, let me ask you a question now. This is just, just following lines. Is it true what they said about you and your niece and blah, blah, blah? And what's your answer, Tar?
Hell no. I'm going to say, no wonder it ain't true. Then I'm going to say, you need to go, whoever you got who told you that shit, to kiss my ass. Like, but like you said, but Tazaria prides himself with being like, he really think he's a transparent, just like Sarnetta. They think, right? They feel like they so arrogant that they answer things and say, oh yeah, and or Sarnetta be like, he'll jump on all these panels like he did with Chris yesterday, and then the man out and then jumped off and know he was wrong. So that's why when we set up this whole thing with Queen Strong to sign that on trial, we're gonna see if he's gonna feel froggy and come to the and show up to be questioned the right way. Because everybody over there that we've been listening to him, they still scared and be with kid gloves like the guy with the clip you just playing. Oh yeah, let's this was the energy we've been looking for. That's because that's how scary he got them over there for them to say, yo, take this dude off your channel. That was years ago they should have did that. But look how long they waited to even within they was, you know, they let him be comfortable. I was just waiting for the thing. No, you should have got rid of him once he tricked you out your money with the Kemp on trial and the other debate was where he said Polight got for a couple of grand. You should have been through with him way back, and things wouldn't have went this way. But he didn't, because he wanted to get back any little bit of morsel. Again, according to what we've seen over the years, he didn't never get nothing back. Matter of fact, I won't say that. We don't know. Maybe Polight gave him more money than he said that he got from Polight. You see what I'm saying? Because if we look at the two instances, he said Polight gave him around $2,000 to $3,000 once when he went to Cali and Miami. So that ain't nowhere near, that ain't close to the money that the Pa took, according to him, when she took $6,000 or whatever and went over.
And then look at his reaction to that little bit of money. Woohoo!
Right.
Yeah!
So that's what I'm saying. So evidently, I think that may have been the case. I think that he either was given more money he didn't mention. That's what really kept him around, and he just did that to make Polight look good by flashing the money on the screen. See, that's how. See, all that's co-signing and making it look like, okay, he must be cool, and that's how a lot of people are. You got some people who word to them is bond, and they cool and be like, yo, okay, if Frankie say it's cool, it's cool. Or like with us, if you or Shaka or Andrea or the brother on here or Young Heru say something to an extent, or Geely say something to an extent, we'd be like, cool, because we had established some type of rapport with each other. So we can be like, you know what, Andrea said this, I'm going to take it to a certain extent off of her word, and I'm going to just go with that. And I think that's where that little line comes in between with these people. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think that it was more, we have to throw that into, I have to remember that. We have to remember that it could be stuff that he didn't say. I don't believe, like Shaka said, you can't believe half of what he says. So I think that maybe it's just my opinion that it's room for that. He probably got more money than he said, because I'm not finna sit there. If I know that we made two big classic debates and it was mad people there, online and physical, it was a full house, they made more than $6,000. We know that. You understand? And then he said on the Into the Fire podcast over there with DMG and them, he said Polight made so much money that he was able to move out of New York and go to Cali off that last joint he got Sarnetta from. So ain't no way Sarnetta talking about just give me 10,000 and we good. You see what I'm saying? Whatever the case. So what only Polight and him can really verify exactly how much money that he made in those when he allegedly was seeing Polight and he was putting some money in his hand and renting him a vehicle for whatever time he was there. Yo, True P Shock, I ain't see you in there. What's going on?
Hey, peace, Star. Peace, everybody else. Me, Andrew Burnett, David, BB. What's up, people?
What's up,
What's up, Shaka?
Peace, brother. Peace.
What you got going on, man? I see you just you free from work now, huh?
Yeah, I finished a bit earlier. Yesterday, damn, I went to bed so late, like 3 a.m. or something like that, But yeah, I'm happy that I covered that Wayne, because people were tripping about this. And I was like, okay, let me wait a little bit before I deal with that. But yeah, yeah, go ahead, brother.
You mean the weigh-in you lost? Is that
right? Yeah. he stared me down so much that he won. When and
man, but that was impressive. He did a good old job. Zariak's debate skills are just like, whoa,
That's crazy, man. My eye to the bird, man. But yeah, and I think most of you know that Chris apologized, and Sai's going in on Chris now. I don't know if some of you seen the latest video. He's going in on Chris. I mean, it's not just the latest video, but yeah. But I seen you play. I couldn't see everything because I was at work, but I seen you play that video. It's so funny, Sai. Meeting Polight in California. He be like, "Oh man, thank you, Polight, for this money, man." And then he's like, I love you, man. Then he's like in the car, man. Oh, I'll never forget this. I don't think I'm gonna go back home, man. Like, and then he wants to act like, yeah, I'm just a journalist, man. I never hang with Polight, man. Please.
Yeah, hey, Big Bennett. I noticed on that video, in that Tazariak video, the "shut the fuck up" was issued to the wrong person. Because didn't that other dude tell that lady to shut the fuck up? You know, didn't that other dude in the studio with him tell her to shut up?
Hold on 2 seconds, y'all. I'm sorry about that. Give me 1 minute. Just continue.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
I find it
What
funny.
what video is that? When somebody said shut the F up?
That one with Tazariak and that other dude when he was questioned about raping his niece.
I think
And at the
somebody
end,
played like a clip. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I get it. I get it. That's an audio clip. That's
Yeah,
the audio clip. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just saying that they were just, you know, the phrase that Dave Chappelle keeps saying, "Shut the fuck up." Well, somebody used it, but it was to the wrong person, you know, in that clip.
Yeah, you know, it's important to know when to stop talking on video. You know,
Self-incrimination.
Yeah,
I find it funny
They,
how
they do it so much that
Oh,
they don't
the
even
Dave
see it as
Chappelle.
that.
Oh, yeah, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I thought you were talking about when Tazariak was questioned about the member. At the end, we see the white dude hitting the stuff. Yeah, you're talking about Dave Chappelle. Okay, I got it wrong. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I was just saying he said it to that woman, but he should have been telling him to shut the fuck up because he was the one who couldn't answer, you know, putting himself out there because he didn't know what he did and couldn't recall, had convenient amnesia.
hold on.
You know,
Here we go. Yeah. Let's. Oh shit! Did I just cut? Oh, sorry for my language. Yo, Shaka, we talking about this
You
one.
accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay.
You could shut the fuck up.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Wrong answer, dude. That's the wrong. That is the wrong answer.
Yeah.
You know? I'm sorry.
crazy.
You know, I mean,
He says it with such confidence. Like this guy, he says the foulest, weirdest stuff ever, but his demeanor is like that's the most logic and like it makes the most sense in the world. I mean, you know, but hey, when you have groupies, you know, that's how you end up. Like you listen to Frankie, you know, Frankie will swear he ain't did nothing wrong, and people going at him messed up and trying to destroy him. Like, you know what I'm saying? He already blamed his audience for Polight. You know what I'm saying? He said if you brought Polight, it's because people were begging for it. I mean, you know, some people, you know, it's sad, man.
and by the way, you know, we seen Sarnetta go through a roller coaster of emotions, you know, lately. Like seriously, like it's been all over the place, you know. And he reminded me of somebody. Like, I mean, a character. I'm just like, you know, when you're protecting, your job is to protect the community, but then you have so much involvement with us. Your associates have so much involvement in things that go against those standards. And then when people ask you for accountability, you know, it's like, you know, people are just like, damn, that was riveting. That was, we need more keyboard music up in here. That was some,
and you know how he get mad at the end before he leave, you know.
Remind you of anybody, Tom?
Yeah, that's solid. I'm gonna put rape cases on all of you motherfuckers.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, what?
Funny thing is that he started basically saying the same stuff. When he said, "Right on, Garfield, I'm gonna be put it up before, man." That's the same, like not realizing when you're losing, convincing yourself that you're winning when you're losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just
When
gotta.
I mean, he literally was saying it was the whole entire community's fault.
Yes.
If I'm guilty, everybody guilty.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I was about to throw some Scarface up on this joint because I was like, damn, I detect a little Scarface too. Like just the indignant nature.
You know. Let me just. I'm sorry. Let me just say this, just for the record. Brother Bobby Banger, he did a stream on pseudo killers. Now he went in on several HOK people. The Mighty Hebrew, Shaka Amos, and even Tazaria. Reggie said that Polite sexual charges went away. And they were trying to get Reggie to shut the F up, but Reggie with his punk self kept going about it because it was embarrassing, Uncle was like, oh, let's move on. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
When was this?
That latest live stream on the pseudo killers.
He said whose charges went away?
Brother Polight. Yeah, Brother Polight. Michael Nowak's sexual charges went away. That's what Reggie said. Because Reggie likes to say that, oh yeah, he did some work, he was I forgot the terminology, but he did some work like, dealing with legal cases, Many times like to remind people of that.
But that's what I was saying. The HOK echo chamber has to go against Akeisha Al-Shabaz's statement 2 days ago. The echo chamber is designed to go against it. They don't want to address the details of what she said. Being an attorney, and I'm not saying I don't know what type of attorney she is, but let's be honest, other people have corroborated that also. This is not you can look it up online. I mean, the points that she raised. She raised what's the name of that? It's a law, something Rice law, and that's what Polight has been he's been admitted into when he took that plea, right? Let's listen to that again, just so I don't bumble it. It's too important to bumble. But let me see here. Let me go back to her, and Shaka, you said that Snakes that Chris Harris apologized to you, right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah. He apologized to me and the lady, so hopefully the lady can.
Let's check that out, see what that looks like. But first, let's do this real quick. Let me just go back to her actual statement again. And again, it's important to review this over and over and over because the echo chamber is designed to not address this sister's comments. If you ask me, that's what I believe, But let's take a look at it now. Let's see here. Let's go back now. We hear the verdict here. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, here we go.
Mother, let me just stop for a second, and let's just talk about what we heard. Okay, so he pled guilty. He was remanded. All right, so the videos that you see now is somebody in his family posting videos that he pre-recorded, but we heard over the terms of his plea agreement, and posting anything about this case that might threaten or intimidate this mom or this child is a violation of the terms of your plea agreement. And no, you don't get your plea back, right? So for those of you who think the judge should take his plea back, no. You keeping that shit. The judge is not going to give you your plea back. The judge is going to say you violated the terms of your plea, and I told you I could sentence you up to 61 years. Remember that, sir? And then the judge is free to sentence him anywhere from 7 to 61 years, right? So that's what that looks like. You violate the terms and conditions of this. But so much more was said because, he was going on and on. Oh, the sex charges have been dropped and blah, blah, blah. Listen, prosecutors often make concessions with charges to save a child from having to be re-victimized on the stand. To have this 14-year-old girl get on the stand or go through a deposition, because in Florida, they have depositions in criminal cases, right? So she may have been subjected to a deposition and then also subjected to cross-examination at trial, right? And who wants to re-traumatize a child? right? And so maybe that was part of the negotiation. Okay, we will negotiate the charges because initially he has at least 4 counts of the lewd and lascivious acts with a minor, right? And things of that nature, which would have required him to register as a sex offender, right? So he stood on, I'm not going to register as a sex offender. I will never do that. I will never. Okay, part of your plea agreement requires you to attend BDSO treatment, okay? That means you mentally, you have, hold on, y'all. Mentally disordered. Y'all heard, did you fucking hear what I said? Mentally disordered sex offender treatment program. So fuck what you heard about him and saying the sex and these prosecutors ain't stupid. You pled to I think the section is 827, which means that you are subjected to what is called involuntary civil commitment under Florida statute 394.90 through 394.931. Let's go look at facts. You know what that's also called? The Jimmy Rice Act. The Jimmy Rice Act. Jimmy Rice was a little kid who was kidnapped and raped and murdered in Florida back in the 90s, in the late 90s. And the legislature was like, we can't fucking have that happen no more, right? We gotta watch these sex offenders a little closer. So they passed the Jimmy Rice Act. And the Jimmy Rice Act says that if you are a sexual predator, it doesn't have to be that you are a registered sex offender. If you plead guilty to one of these fucking crimes, which he did, that means that you are subjected to the Jimmy Rice Act. That means that 180 days before you are released, right? So he got 7 years. You got to do 85% of your time because the game time bill in Florida did not pass. From last I checked in May, legislation went home. The bill was in Senate. It didn't pass. The Game Right Act was to reduce the prison time that you had to do, the percentage from 85% to 65%. As far as I know, it did not pass. So you still have to do 85% of your time. Why? I love me some Jada. Did y'all get that? Hey. All right. I'll be having music in my head by myself. All right. Anyway, so he's got to do 85% of his time. So 7 years. So calculate. That's 5.9. That's damn near 6 years. Right. So he got to do 6 years. So 6 months before the 6 years. So about 5.5, 5 and 4 and a change. He's going to be notified, right? And they are going to assess him. And they will determine that whether or not he is fit to be released, right? Because there is a high incidence that these mentally disordered sexual offenders will re-offend, right? So they got to make sure that you are not going to re-offend. And all of the little bullshit talking shit you think that you do on social media, that's not going to work with these people, right? That you're going to have to really like admit that you a sex offender, right? You like little girls, right? And that you learning how to control your shit. Like you going through the sex offender treatment program. You're going to be sitting there with other motherfuckers who like to touch little girls and boys. Your friends, you know, the tribe of Malachi York. You heard me. Heard what the fuck I said. Civil commitment. So how this works is civil commitment is involuntary. That means you don't get a say in the matter. They decide for you. And the commitment, ready for another is indefinite. Indefinite. You heard what I said? Anytime you hear anytime you hear involuntary, your ears should perk up. Okay. And anytime you hear indefinite, you should sit up straight, get your back straight, right? Did you hear him when the judge said, do you understand that you are subject to involuntary civil commitment? He said, yeah. No, you're not that bright. You a dimmer. You're not a bright bulb at all. Because you should ask some questions, right? Wait, with involuntary. that means you have no say. That means you have no say. So when they find that you're not fit, you won't be released to start your 10 years probation. You won't even be released. You're going straight to a little mental facility where you can continue your treatment until they deem that you are fit. Hell no, the attorney probably didn't. You know, $200,000. That yeah, you didn't. First of all, you probably didn't pay that man at all. Okay, you probably. This is my opinion. Don't sue me, sir. You know I ain't lying. Though. You probably didn't get paid at all. You probably didn't get paid at all. You ain't try hard at all to get that shit put over. I don't know if you saw the whole video because the beginning, Tony Closer didn't have the beginning. In the beginning of the video, first of all, the lawyer was like, Mike.
Yeah. So the echo chamber to me sounds like it was designed to go against these points and keep repeating falsehoods, you know. To me, I'll tell you what I heard just briefly. To me, it sounds like during that 6-year period, roughly, you know, it's called 7 years, but there's some time where he will be informed and he had to informed of what's going to happen next. So it could be that he doesn't just get released to the streets after those 7 years. And that has something to do with civil commitment and him, how well he does in this evaluation regarding the sexual predator evaluation, right? And that they could ultimately have him up to 61 years if he got a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, go ahead. Tar, first Tar.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday. No, go ahead, Dale. I'll wait out there. Go ahead, King.
I was just gonna say that stipulation is like the saving grace to me of that sentence, because I feel like the sentence is just so low. Because you know what they're going to be looking for in that class that he has to take is contrition. They're going to be looking for him showing remorse and whatnot, but it's not in this dude's nature as a psychopath to show that. So I foresee that he's actually not going to be getting out for a really long time.
Real talk. It's all good, bro. Do you think? As long as it's within some norms, but you know, express your hatred. I understand. Yeah, if it's for Neter and you know, the House of Consciousness and their absence of responsibility or even acknowledgement of some of these things. Go ahead, Tar.
Yeah, yesterday I was listening to Garfield, and they had they got YK the Truth over there. And you know, he's famous for going around since this thing happened 2 years ago, caping for Polight. Now, before that, when I first heard of him extensively, when I was over there on Sweet Mouth for Life channel, and she was going back and forth with him about this, and I think she was showing how he used to go against Polight, then he switched up, and they was hinting that they think that he was taking money from Polight to go around to cape for him. So anyway, he was on there trying to basically cape for Polight, and so told me he had a case study that was similar to what Polight went through. I forgot what he cited, and trying to say this could have been the reason he took the charge and took the plea and all. And these are the and he was arguing that he wasn't under something dealing with child molestation. See, this is the same thing that the followers of York was trying to say, that, you know, the feds don't have what it was, a molestation.
Evidence.
No, not the evidence. They said that the feds didn't have a statute for child molestation, but they used the Mann Act for what he did for traveling across state lines. You see, what they did was that same thing what Polight was doing, trying to say, well, as long as I don't get the child molestation on the top surface, but when you study the Rice Act, with
when you study the meat and potatoes of
right,
the plea,
and you will see it under there, the fact that he got to take a class and all this stuff, that's where you find it. But you know, the followers of Yorkman was trying to say the same thing, is because it's not worded child molester on the surface, he ain't get charged with child molestation.
Hey, Tar, sorry to interrupt you, brother. But to your point, when the charges first came out, right, the 4 felony charges, 2 of them, I believe, had MOL next to it. And that code word, even though it said lewd and lascivious, and Polight was out there again, yeah, I wasn't charged with molestation. MOL means molestation, dude. That's a type of. Anyway, go ahead, Tar.
Right. But that's the point. They want to pick and choose. If it didn't say this, or Polight was saying, because YK the Truth was, or somebody was saying that, you know, no, it was another kid. I ain't going to go into that one. But, you know, in his mind, he didn't touch her below the waist. That don't count. It's still molestation because you took advantage of somebody else. You know, if you look at what the word molest means just on a basic level,
the micro and the macro.
Right, that's it.
And the macro, right.
You know, macaroni, like I said, macaroni, whatever, tomato, it's still the same thing. What you did put you in a situation where you shouldn't have been. And they trying to argue the fact, like you said yesterday, if you told the mother,
I ain't raped nobody. I ain't raped nobody.
But if you, like he said, you told the mother you was going downstairs to get something to eat, and they was like, oh, what person let their child go out at the that time of the night to take pictures to get something to eat? If you in Miami and you don't live there, that people do that. You know what I'm saying? They you know, they go and they take pictures or whatever, but all this other stuff about whether it was going to a club or not, that could have been just that a lie he put in there. But the point is, y'all supposed to went downstairs, got something to eat, and came back within a certain amount of time because you said that the mother was going to get dressed and y'all supposed to be going somewhere. How you end up at your another hotel and all of that, that's the point that people wanted to overlook. The point is, it should never be that case if you were so intelligent and in control. You should never find yourself, like we said before, your name and child molestation or rape or statutory rape should never be in the same breath. That's the whole point.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And your answer should not be, I have no recollection. It's like, what?
Right.
What the heck? Was you in that hotel with that child I have no recollection. Oh man, you going to the fryer with that answer.
But evidently they let them get away with it for so long. So now that's why now what we're doing is changing things. We've been at them so hard, it's causing them to change how they do things over there in the rape is okay. Because before Sarnetta used to go back and forth, and now and then he'll be okay, we'll have decorum and these are going to be the rules. And if Frankie used to have a timer, he used to have all this stuff set up and had the barricades up for decorum, but he didn't stick to that because he likes the mudslinging, and he get like what I seen with Shaka's weigh-in when he replayed it. Sarnetta wanted to control it, and he didn't like that. Number one, you supposed to be neutral, but Shaka was like, listen, let's stick to this point with Abraham and Sarah, blah, blah, blah. And he like, no, brother, what you need to do is dig in his chest, brother. You need to tear him up. See, that's the Don King.
He's trying to tell you how to debate. He's trying to not even tell you how to debate. He's trying to tell you what conversation you should be having.
Right, and when you should strike them. And that's not your place. Your job is supposed to be, this is a weigh-in and a pre-debate, and guess what? That's supposed to be between them two, and you come in and say, okay, y'all going too far off or to the left or to the right. But he was in and out. He was trying to.
You know what he was doing, Todd? He was asking Shaka to be more dumb than he is, just basically,
Right, but he wanted him to go in and be rah-rah because that's what he want. But they did get there when they had the bone of contention about Abraham and Terah and Sarah and this and that, because I seen the point that Shaka was making. But see, the thing is how they interpret it. The dude said, tell the Pharaoh and them that you are my sister. Now, you can interpret that two ways. You can say, he's saying, say you my sister, or that was his half-sister. You can't say for sure that she wasn't his sister, half sister or whole sister. That's why I put in the chat the same thing with Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel.
But Shaka showed that yesterday. They got the same father, right, Shaka? Didn't you cover that yesterday?
Yeah. It's well known. That is the half sister. You know what I'm saying? It's well known, and I was surprised that he would lie on the Bible, but it is what it is. It's good for people to see what happened. That was really a setup. He just wanted to make Tazi look good. He wanted to make me look bad because he was mad. Nepal was mad. The whole HOK team was mad because I freestyle on them, I moonwalk on them, and he did that in such a horrible manner. And ultimately, like the title says, when I did the stream yesterday, he deleted it because he knows it's a bad look. Because when I talked about the molestation, he was mad. He was mad. Oh man, gossiping, whatever. But now he had that stream. He was like, yeah, soul of mine. He had some stuff. Oh, that other guy. So now it's not gossiping now for a strange reason.
And Shaka, by the way, if Neter didn't like your line of questioning, he got an option. Guess what it is?
You could shut the fuck up.
All right, go ahead. Anybody else?
You so messy.
I mean,
you just a trip. Okay.
Got an option. That's all I'm saying,
Right, but also he was trying to get at Shaka. Like I say, when you're in the moment, you're in the moment. Like I say, you got the Cain and Abel, and if it was no other females on the planet, who did Cain sleep with? Was it Eve to get kids? And then you had Lot, the nephew of Abraham, whose daughters got him drunk, and he slept with both his daughters and had Moab and another person. That's an incest situation too. What about that?
Yeah, but then they're gonna say he was drunk, but no man will be so drunk that he will not realize that he's having sex with his daughters, because you need to be erect. You know what I'm saying? But the Sarah, that's the thing they cannot get out of. You know what I'm saying? Because it's Abraham himself who said it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but these guys are desperate, man. They're desperate, but yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that people can see it, man. Once again, I know I'm repeating myself, but because I reviewed the beginning only, then I was like, okay, it's not, but now they have the whole thing. There was a little bit more after, like some closing remarks or whatever, but at this point, the Kunal dude came in and just gaslighting for Sa. The same phone I said that Sa called him and told him, F your mother, F your wife, But people can see what happened, for months, those guys were acting like I got destroyed by Tazariak, including Butler Reggie and all that. I'm like, all right, okay, it is what it is. In due time, I'll review it, you know what I'm saying? So now it's done. But Sa was really acting like a sucker, but he didn't win nothing. And now, out of everything, that part where I talked about the stuff, about me asking the dude and him not responding, and the way he went, just like damn near crazy, that speaks volume, because he's consistent. The first time I was on his panel, I addressed the mighty Hebrew situation, and I said that Garfield talked about it. He was like, no, we don't want to hear about that. Then I have the Wayne, and I mentioned that stuff, which is real. The guy came on my panel, and we asked him, me and others. He did not respond. You know what I'm saying? So every time, so far, when he dealt with rape, child molestation, Frankie's always keeping the info, just like he did recently when he said he's going to be putting a report. And people see now in the chat and all that, I see that people are asking him questions and going at him. He's cussing him out. He acts like he wants to respond, but it's not so much like before. Before he had mainly groupies, but now he has people like, yeah, Basabe, what's up? You know this, you know that. The guy came out publicly and said he's going to be putting up reports. That's it. But that's why it's over. So was he slandering? Was he gossiping? I mean, this guy obviously knows so many cases that he's been silent about. And for a strange reason, he talks about Solomon and other people, but Tazariak is on tape admitting that he sends money to a convicted child molester. So it's always that simple. That simple. People want to talk about everything and their mama, but not the elephant in the room.
You know.
But you know what? Chris made a good statement, like he said, but he walked away from Solomon. That was the ultimate point right there. You know, Frankie don't care to separate because he want to get every morsel he can, and he likes the drama because a lot of them debates or situations that Frankie had over there, or conversation with certain people, he ain't making no money from that. They just sitting there. He likes the negative company. Like right now, Nazi is still on a video in there. Like if he really wanted to clear it up, he could cut the. I mean, if you gonna really get down in editing, you can cut things out of your YouTube, but they still over there. So that's the point. It don't make sense, but we know why he does that now. But a person who looking from the outside, in his mind, he believes he's just a journalist. But like you said, NBC and all them people, they don't do that. When they have guests come on their show, and even if the person was filthy, whether they know it or not, it's in their records as you can find it if they need to bring it up, but they don't hang out. You don't see the CEO and all these people hanging out with these people back to back. You don't see that. You see them come to the studio, they sit down, they interview them, boom. The same thing with R. Kelly and what's that lady name that hang out with Oprah? What's her name?
Gail.
Yeah, Gail. You ain't seen her hanging out with R. Kelly after that. They did their job and went their separate ways. He wants to make people believe things that are not there. You know, and that's the foolishness. You know, like last night, he was live called, and it was called Hypocrites. And he was talking with a guy, and the guy was asking him, do he believe in the God? He couldn't even explain himself. He believes something out there, but it ain't been proven to him. He's not an atheist. And he got the most to say about religious, and it's really not really, it's just the Christians he poking at. He's not poking at other books. But that's what I'm saying. You got people like this who are not qualified, who are in positions to create more confusion. If you don't know anything about spirituality, that means you haven't had no experience with anything, but then you on your own channel throughout the years, you know, talking about with Nepal talking about the Most High and this and that, but you say you don't, why are you gonna call, if you said the word God, how you get the word God, who gave him the word God, then that's the same thing with the term Most High, all that stuff like that. So you shouldn't be saying anything. He's basically, he acts like an atheist, but doesn't claim the term atheist. You see, so, but he's there constantly talking about, he's teaching the people, no, you're confusing the people, but that's what he calls teaching.
He's teaching the people. He says he's teaching the people, but and contradicting himself too. It's like, come on, man. Look, right. The one thing a lot of these books have in it is redemption. The fact that people aren't perfect. The fact that people make mistakes. What are you supposed to do when you make a mistake? And he just kind of like forgets that. You're dealing with imperfect people. You're dealing with people that we live where we live. We go through what we go through, and you know. But I appreciate y'all being here. I don't want to cut it short because this is it's an important stream, you know. But let me ask everybody this: do you all, and you can answer one by one, or if you want to, do you all feel Neter and Zion Lexx, having known the mother personally, according to their words, and the Pashadah, do you feel that they should have had an obligation to warn her that, that Polight was said to have gone after some small, young people, minors before, and to the level of what they had heard his alleged scamming was? Do you think they had a responsibility? I mean, being a leader, a community leader, a pillar of the community, what they call Neter, in that position that he's in.
I would say, yes. Frankie, yes, because he spoke on it. He made a half an hour rant that was public, and he was dead serious. He was not joking. He was not saying stuff just to hurt his feelings. He called the girl's sister, you know what I'm saying? He said the government name, you know what I'm saying? So let him at least, then, the other people, if they knew about the rant, I don't know. Most likely, Zion is not being clear about the motive of the argument, but then that's after. That's oh, sorry about the note. Go ahead, brothers and sisters.
I think he was pandering. And he was standing on his soapbox, and when the girl started crying or tears, that's when he felt like, see, and he was trying to say the girl was no. If you slept with a man or a woman and you didn't know their last name, that don't mean you was raped. That don't mean you got raped with your culture, because most people who are sleeping with each other, one night stands, didn't have a culture in the first place, because you don't know. You got American culture. And that's what they do in this particular American culture, you know, on these spots around the world. They go to these places for the sole purpose of meeting somebody that has reckless sex with them, and then repeat the same thing the next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whenever they go to the club. And the fact that Zion Lexx said he was in the club promoting for Rick Ross, how that even makes sense? Rick Ross, hip hop, Satan worship, and all this stuff. What you doing in the club with sparkles and seeing people walk around with $30, $40 in their pocket having sex? What were you doing? You see what I'm saying? So it's like they don't even, Tazaric, all these people.
Yeah, and he's the Bible master. He's the Bible master in the strip club with Rick Ross.
Right, but they in these places that they don't supposed to be in. Why are you in the same place in a club promoting what? You mean there was no other place to promote your events? Y'all in the club, y'all sharing the club with somebody that tell you he down with Lucifer and all this stuff? I mean, this is insane. But that person was to make her feel like she was raped. No, she wasn't. She rape is when somebody does something against another person's will. If that female slept with a person purposely and that was her own choice, that was not rape. And that's them. Now he retrofitting it and upgrading the word rape to what he thinks it should be. That's all that was. Because if that's the case, then that makes everybody a rapist, because you slept with somebody you didn't know their last name, and he putting it on the female. What about the man? What if he sleep with a girl? You see what I'm saying? He don't know her last name. What is he? If the female is the one being raped, then what do you call the man?
Yeah, he just neutralized everything. He neutralized himself in the whole convo, you know, without realizing it. It seemed like to me just
So I'm going to say yes, he should have told her, because isn't there a video or a clip out there where he's upset that his daughter was in the background doing what she was doing, and he felt like they were going to sexually exploit her, and he called the police and he called
the feds. Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
Yeah. So if that was a violation against his daughter, who willfully went behind him and did whatever she was doing, how is it that you won't see the same thing and wouldn't tell somebody else how that made you feel about your daughter, but you don't want to say that about, you don't want to warn somebody else and their daughter? Yeah.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, you're right. That's an excellent point. That is it's a total contradiction, in my eyes. You're correct. David, you want to say anything on that, bro? Well, I'm gonna close down the stream in a minute because I gotta eat lunch with my son.
Okay.
But we'll be back later on this evening. I believe. We'll see. I'm not sure who's going to go live, but we're going to do something. But I appreciate.
Yeah, they had
David, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize, brother.
No,
But yeah, they had a responsibility because they knew. Imagine being in a room with somebody is a pedophile and have the audacity to have a conversation about rape with this person is a pedophile. Like, what kind of sick person are you?
Facts.
They don't care.
At the end of the day, they both knew, and they're both knowingly having this conversation, and one's videotaping it. Like, come on now. They was grooming that woman.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
I think there's something worth investigating myself, looking into on that note. Like, what are these guys up to, and why is and also looking into the people that turned a blind eye. Like, why would you turn a blind eye? Look, what's the motive? What's the point in turning the blind eye? Is it just like out of pure ignorance? Or is there like, I don't want to see this because I'm also part of it? If I protect this person doing it, the person will protect me doing it. Like, what's up with this? I'm really saddened by the whole thing. Actually, it's disgusting and it's terrible, but yeah. So I appreciate y'all coming out for the talk. And anybody want to leave? Yo, Tar, why don't you leave your in the chat, in the back chat, your actually, what the heck am I talking about? Let me just look it up here, man. I'm sorry. It's because what's your YouTube page, Tar? I don't have my other app open, so hold on.
Well, hold on, I'll put it in real quick. Give me
in the back chat, yeah.
Okay, because I got two. I got this one and the other one I'm on. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
One I'm on right now is this one, and I'll put my main one up on there. Give me 1 second.
Okay, this one. All right, I got you. Right, boom.
Family peace.
Yeah, exactly. And any last words anybody want to make?
Well, I'd like to say that I think that they should have also told. I've been in that situation before. It wasn't a child molester, but it was someone who was a psychopath. And I know we don't like to put ourselves in that position sometimes to warn people about someone because it could get messy. There could be some blowback on us and whatnot. And I didn't tell the person a runaway and whatnot, but I because they were already in a relationship years deep with children and everything. But I told her to keep her family close, keep mother, father, brother, sister, people that that love you, keep them close, because those kind of people like to isolate their victims and cut them off from anyone and anything that could give them strength. So I definitely think they should have warned that sister.
Yeah, and I would have liked the same warning myself, just as a parent. Anybody you see me communicating with anybody that's on something foul, warn me. Let me know. Give me a heads up. Especially when it's something serious that like dealing with children or crime. Somebody's life is in danger. It's just Anyway, folks, thanks for sharing the time and and sharing your views on this topic, because I know it's also emotionally draining to some degree. When we talk about it has some impact, but we have to do what we have to do anyway, because if we're not doing it, who is going to do it? Let me go through some of the comments here. Real talk. Next time you got to hop up, bro. Sonetta and Judah Nazareth were both protecting Polight and going against the child and mother. I mean, facts.
Real stuff's all praise to due to the death angel. Word. Yo, and you know what? That's true. That's true. Because they don't. Matter of fact, when y'all get it, I hope you use the video I just put up. Whether it's you or Shock, it don't matter. Where I did a response to SETI video against Polight them, and I said a couple of things that speaks to what Real Talk just said.
You know what? When we go live tonight, let's check. Let me do that.
Okay.
When we go live tonight, because I want to see what SETI said too. I haven't checked out SETI in a minute, but I did know he released a couple streams on it. I mean, I know a lot about this. And it's time for everybody to talk, and I'm glad he's talking about it too, because he was calling out these jokers years ago, and they hated on him. Man, can you believe they put his family's address out there to the public? Somebody associated with Sonetta did.
Yeah, Saw turned the whole. Yeah, Saw turned the whole HOK against SETI to quiet him and smother him. That's what he did for Polight. Yep.
Yeah.
It was Sonetta. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it was Sonetta himself who uploaded a video with SETI's face, government name, and home address on the screen. He did that himself, and I showed that. But of course, the version that I showed is a video that I made back then because I didn't like it. I didn't even know SETI at that time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know him personally. I knew he was, of course. And, with the one that I showed, of course, I I blurred the, you know, like the government name and the home address. But yeah, that's what he did. And then he there was some backlash, and he said they hacked my account. Like, we're supposed to believe that. But yeah, that's what happened years ago.
Yeah, oops, I done it again. It was a oops, I done it again. That time for Sonetta. Oops, that happened again on my watch. Oops.
Yeah, and that call said it. He came online with a weapon. He was branding a whole weapon because of that. I remember that, and he was hot. He had this, you know, because he knew what a man. He knew the man put his address out there. I never forget that. Said it was mad.
Yeah, actually, two weapons he did. I remember. It's like, oh, I got his here. Oh, hold on, baby. You know, yeah. But, you know, I understand that move because, you know, I mean, he really had people hating on the dude, man. That was just very, real far. Because I know I said it before, but he went to the street. And maybe in my video we can hear it. He went to the street asking people about SETI, saying, yeah, you know, these guys said he's against what we do, you know, just gaslighting. And at some point you could hear Frankie whispering, say fuck said. And then the people will repeat what he said. So he goes to the street, he gets those people to say those things, and the general public feel like, oh, that's how they feel about the dude in general. No, he's the one putting this narrative, just like he did the echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? When you have that crazy suntan dude. And mind you, the narrative changed first. Before the sentencing, Frankie was acting like Polight was going to walk away or get a very light sentence at worst. You understand what I'm saying? So he wasn't too much on that. I'm not responsible. He's like, I know some stuff you guys don't know. But then when he got sentenced, now he's like, well, you know, I'm not responsible for another man, please.
Yeah, he changed the goalpost again. Now it's like,
yeah,
you know, which he does a million times. Yeah. All right, y'all. Thanks for coming out again. We're going to continue.
Hold on, VB. What time are we going live tonight?
I'm not sure. So it's going. You going live, right? Aren't you going live?
Yeah, I will probably at 4 p.m. EST. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it after you.
All right. Okay. No problem.
Yeah, no worries. So just take your time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Shaka, Tar, Afemi, Andrea, David, of course, and peace to the chat also, and everybody listening for sharing your time. Yeah.
Peace to all.
Yeah, peace to all. Love me through a bit tied. Let me see who else is in the house today.
Check out WhatsApp when y'all get a chance too, y'all. Check out WhatsApp.
Okay, we'll do, Tar. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna read the comments on the way out. Here's a little music and blessings to everybody. Have a great day. We'll see y'all later on this evening.